Welcome in, folks. This is the 421st episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody tuning in today, I really appreciate you so much for being here. We have a lot to go through, folks. Now, if you happen to be new here, well, buckle in because you're in for a treat. We debate Trump supporters for 4.5 hours straight on a daily basis. Usually these streams get pretty insane because the Trump supporters that are left aren't too rational of people. And we usually kind of run into some of the worst of the worst. If you were watching yesterday, you'll remember Ron, the guy who wants to nuke Iran and wish we nuked Vietnam. And I wish I could say that was atypical. We have a lot of crazy guests like that. Hopefully we're going to be getting some of the more level-headed people today, but you know what? We really never know, guys. Now, guys, make sure that you're dropping a like on that stream. If you're watching on TikTok, tippity tap away on that phone screen with your fingers. Share out this live with a handful of friends if you're on TikTok. Oh, you got that share button in the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen. Go ahead and hit that repost button. It'll really help this live shoot out across that FYP. And if we could try to get up to 1 million likes on TikTok, that'd also mean a whole lot. Now, every day we also like to go through the breaking news before we hop into the debates. Today's breaking news is yet another cabinet member of Trump's has been forced out by the administration. Tulsi Gabbard posted her letter of, what are they called? Resignation. There we go. On Twitter earlier today. Tulsi Gabbard, if you don't know, is the director of national intelligence. She has worked very closely with Trump. She's been integral to the admin, but now she's on the out. Now, reading her letter of resignation, she makes it clear that she's not being fired. She makes it clear that she's not being forced out. She says the reason why she's leaving the administration is because her husband has a rare type of bone cancer that he's dying from, and she wants to spend more time with him. Frankly, politics aside, I mean, I think that's fair. If I was in a similar position and my partner had a debilitating disease that was going to kill them, I would probably resign too. So when I originally saw that letter of resignation, I said, okay, whatever, I get it, moving on. But Reuters, I always want to say Reuters, I don't know why. Reuters, around an hour after her resigning from office, made a publication saying that according to people inside of the administration, anonymous whistleblowers, that the White House forced her to resign. And her claim that, well, she's resigning because of her husband's bone cancer is just a cover-up for her being forced out of the administration. And folks, this is the fourth woman to be on the outs from the admin. Trump wanted to bring in all these women to show that he wasn't a misogynist. That was kind of a big optical point that he was failing on because he's a sexual predator. He's been found guilty for raping women. He's boasted about just grabbing them by their vaginas. He's a misogynist that doesn't care about them. So we got a bunch of women on their admin. But less than 2 years in, okay, what do we see? Pam Bondi's on the out. Tulsi Gabbard's on the out. Handful of the other administration officials are on the out. Kristi Noem is on the out. And it just seems to be getting worse by the day. So, folks, we're going to go ahead and hop into those debates. We already have the very first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected to the live stream. Their name is Lincoln. Lincoln, if you want to take it away and tell us why you're MAGA, the mic of the floor yours, as well as Lex. Shout out to you. Thank you for the galaxy. Go ahead, Lincoln.
Hi, Dean. How's it going? I'm pro-Trump just because I'm military. I feel like Trump's done great things for our military. And
we're starting to cut out. Yeah. Oh, my friend, you're starting to cut out a little bit. Your connection was fine when you first loaded up in here. If I were you, I'd try to fix that just so we could have a fluid conversation. The argument is that you support Trump because Trump is good for the military. Man, I legitimately can't think of a president in modern American history that's been worse for the military. He is such a terrible commander-in-chief. Not only has he fired upwards of 40,000 employees from the VA, meaning that it's harder for veterans to access health care, but he's also thrown y'all into war again. Okay? He started a war of choice in the Middle East that's already cost the lives of multiple servicemen and women and likely will cost the lives of many more. And this war was completely avoidable. And the Democrats wouldn't have started it if they won. Clearly, I'm going to say the president who doesn't send our men and women to die is probably the better president for the military. Now, even further yet on top of that, I think that he puts the military in a very unusual and bad environment. The reason why I say that is because, as you know, as an active duty member of our military, you took an oath to uphold the Constitution from enemies overseas and enemies abroad. Okay, all right. Well, Donald Trump is a domestic enemy to the Constitution. He called for people to be executed because they told members of our military to only follow lawful orders given to them by Trump. He's attacked and assaulted our Constitution, 7 amendments, and 2 of our articles. And I think that he's put you in a really binding position because of that. So for these reasons and a handful more that, I'll save your time, so I won't just yap about them right now. I do not think that Donald Trump is a good commander-in-chief to the military in the slightest.
I'm chilling right now, though. He got us out of a deployment. I'm getting a pay raise. Like, it was a lot worse under Biden's administration. We would deploy way more under Biden, and now it seems like we're just chilling right now.
So do you think that the military is more active today under Trump or like a year and a half ago under Biden?
Oh, a year and a half ago under Biden, 100%.
Were we in a war a year and a half ago under Biden?
No, but we were going out for unnecessary reasons. Like, we were getting deployed for no reason.
Do you think that it's worse to be in an unnecessary war or in like an unnecessary deployment in some NATO base in Europe?
Depends on the matters.
See, that's where I'd say we just have a fundamental disagreement. Okay, clearly things are worse off today
Okay,
because like we're actually in a war that Donald Trump started for no reason. This is like less preferable than any state of affairs we ever saw under Biden, ever. And if you want to know maybe why you're getting pulled off of your deployments in our allied countries and Europe and Japan, so on and so forth, South Korea, well, it's because they're building up the reserves here at home in America. So if we need to send you and thousands of other troops to die in Iran because they make a big sweeping move, or Donald Trump decides it's time for a big sweeping move from our end, that he has you ready to go.
Okay, I got you.
So would you rather be chilling on some deployment where you're safe, right, in like Japan, South Korea, or Europe, knowing that you're going to like live to see your family for another day, another week, another year? Or would you be anxiously waiting at home for the ever-impending command of Donald Trump to deploy you in a new war in the Middle East, where there's already been multiple servicemen and women who have lost their lives?
Okay, I got you.
See what I mean?
What about the whole pay raise situation? Like,
military always gets pay raises. They track inflation.
I think the
military pay raises are bipartisan. We saw the largest military pay raise in modern American history under Biden. The reason why I didn't even flaunt that as a reason why the Dems were better for the military is that's because we saw a lot of inflation onset by the pandemic. Military pay raises track inflation. Both party agrees, both of the two parties agree that, we're going to pay our servicemen and women. Frankly, I don't think that you guys are paid enough. But anyways, both of the two parties agree that we got to pay you guys something, and that pay has to track inflation. So we see an annual or biannual pay raise under essentially every president, Republican or Democratic.
Right, but hasn't Trump's pay raise been more than other presidents?
No, the largest pay raise for the military in modern American history was under Biden, larger than any pay raise even under Trump.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that. Thank you, Dean.
Is that the end of the debate?
Oh, no. Do you have any other questions for me?
Yeah. How could you support a domestic threat to the Constitution as president? I thought that you guys took an oath to fight those things.
I don't know, man.
All right, I think that you're going to be better off tuning into the live stream and hearing me out for what I have to say compared to being on it and debating me on it. So we're going to move on. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For everybody who's tuning into the live stream, it's certainly good to see you all. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. If you're over on the other place, good to see you as well. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. So give us a moment to do so. Here we go, everybody. Once again, hello for everybody that's just now tuning in, guys. We have 4 hours of debates coming y'all's ways. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be a really exciting day. Welcome into You Sport Trump.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
October.
And why are you a Trump supporter? You.
Well, because he supports neo-libertarian phalangalism, you know?
You mispronounced it. It's phalangism.
I'm sorry.
You're LARPing.
I'm sorry.
You're
I am.
LARPing, bro.
I'm a professional LARP. That's my second username, bro. Professional LARP.
That's literally says so in his bio. That's funny. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Neo-libertarian phalangism is a fake political ideology. It's a troll. It's not a real thing. Stop listening to these neo-libertarian phalangists, okay? So for those that don't know what neo-libertarian phalangism is, let me give you some insight. Phalangism is this Spanish variant of like authoritarianism and fascism. And libertarianism is like kind of diametrically opposed to authoritarianism or fascism. It's like literally like a contradiction. When somebody says that they're neo-libertarian phalangists, they're saying that they're a squared circle. It just doesn't make any sense. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, D-Lan?
I just want to say God is good.
I'm going to go to ban you, dude. Let's go to get the next guest, Olivia, loaded up in the box. We're going to put those rules back up on the phone screen. My bad, folks. I took them down. Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. Oh, yeah. A good example of like an analogy to saying that you're a neo-libertarian phalangist is to say that you're like a capitalist communist, you know? What the fuck is a capitalist communist? The sentence doesn't even make any sense. Because capitalism is...
that girl.
Nice singing, George, but banned because we're looking for debates. Because capitalism is diametrically opposed to communism. You can't be a capitalist communist. You can't be a Republican Democrat. Robert, what's up, man? Do you support Trump? Robert, don't leave. Come back. Quite frankly, Robert, get your booty back in here. We need to have a conversation. I see your bio. You are a Trump supporter. But I guess Robbie Robert is running away. So we're going to go to get that next guest, Marco, loading up in the box. Hey, yo, Donkey. Oh, my goodness. Donkey, holy crap. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat, Donkey. You are so fucking kind. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 500 Donkey W's down below in that comment section. Genuinely, that is a huge donation. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for the love and support. Thank you. Let's get 500 Donkey W's down below. Massive. Donkey with a 50 says, in my opinion, Donald Trump is the dumbest president of my lifetime. Whoa, dude, that's really controversial. Whoa, dude, don't. What a hot take. Yeah, duh, Donkey, he's an idiot. Based opinion, super true. Thank you for the $50. Welcome into Support Trump, Marco.
Yes.
Okay, well, too bad you're like 14, so we got to kick you. Let's go to get that next guest, Landon Keith, connected to the stream. White Spider, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, did you already mention that the criminal case against Kilmer Brigham Garcia was dismissed today? I've not mentioned that yet. It was a big win. Oh, this guest has an echo. Holy crap. Hello, Landon, do you support Trump? Is Landon just leaving? Everybody's joining our queue, then just leaving the moment they get here. What's going on today? Yeah, guys, so Kilmer Brigham Garcia was let free today. The judge dropped all the charges against him because of special prosecution. Essentially, the criminal justice system is calling the Trump administration out for special prosecution against Kilmer Brigham Garcia that they're not prosecuting other people for. So he's a free man. He gets to go back to his life.
What's up,
so
Dean?
you're crying like a baby. You're clearly a Trump supporter. I don't even need to ask you.
I'm crying.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 32. How old are you?
I'm 21. I mistook you for like a 4-year-old because you were whining like a child, but that's okay. 32-year-old
So
acting like a 4-year-old. So you are a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah, I love Trump. He's daddy.
What year were you born in?
I was born in '94. Try harder, Dean.
Oh no, this guy's telling the truth.
You've been
folks.
hitting the vape all day.
This guy's telling
Yeah,
the truth.
well, that's an old video. I've cut my hair, guys. Handsome, I know.
So why do you support Trump?
Well, I think he's a J-loving, while-kissing loser, but I think he's better than any candidate.
Moving on to the next guest, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. See, this is why we need to get rid of the state of Israel, you guys. This is why we need to get rid of the state of Israel. Because when these idiots see the state of Israel, who claims to be a representation of a monolith of all Jewish people doing really bad things, they then mistake their actions, okay, to be representative of all Jewish people. And then they just turn into a legit Nazi, dude. Like, oh my goodness, we need to get rid of Israel, dude. And like, unironically, Israel is a source of so much anti-Semitism. Welcome into Sport Trump. All right, Logan's not here, guys. Welcome in once again for the 8.3 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok. I appreciate each and every single one of y'all for being here, folks. We're doing our best to try to find a debate. It's just taking a little bit longer today than most, so do be patient with us. We have a lot of people in the queue who probably shouldn't be there, so we just need to be able to weed through those trolls.
Dean, the fact that Israel... Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but can I just correct something you said?
You just said yes, you are a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but can I just correct something you said real quick?
Are you going to debate me on why you support Trump?
Yeah, but can I do this first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yo, the fact that Israel is the source of so much anti-Semitism is literally secondary to the human rights abuses. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Okay. Well, he left before even explaining what he wanted to like say there. I mean, I'm still really like unsure of what the point that guy was trying to make. Whatever. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. Does anybody know what he was trying to say? I don't. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
06, November 17th.
All right, man. I'm going to thank 4 people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. This came in over on Super Chat literally 10 seconds ago. Mr. Ben Young, appreciate you for the $10, who says, I've been watching you school these fools for a few weeks now. Keep it up. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it, man. Show some love to Ben in that chat. Jeanette, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Sherilyn, thank you for the $14 donation on Venmo, who says, hey, Dean, I hope all is well. Love your content. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Sherilyn. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Show some love to Sherilyn down below in that comment section. Same thing to you, Delaney. Thank you for the $5 and happy birthday, Andrew. And then we have one dono over on PayPal from Miss Diana. I appreciate you for the $5. Go to take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support this terrible president, Mr. Trump. He's destroying this country. He's corrupt as hell. He's old, balding, and chud maxing. Tell us, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I just think some of his policies that, like, even though, like, you have to separate the art from the artist, right? I can't admit that he is a bad person, but I feel like some of the policies and what he's doing in this country is, like, 40% beneficial, 60% non-beneficial. Like,
so he's more harmful than beneficial.
Yeah, but I would say, like, you still have to take the good with the bad. You see what I'm saying? Like,
oh, well, I know, but we have more bad than good.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you say. I see what you're saying, right? But you can still have like two sides of the same coin, right? So even though he still is a bad person, the sum of what he is doing is still beneficial. Like he's dividing our country into the proper Americans and the people who come in and want to do harm. You see what I'm saying? Like that policy right there of the immigration policy, that's a very beneficial thing that we have. That is beneficial to I would say is beneficial to our country.
Yeah, I don't know what fucking game you're playing, buddy. You're saying that Trump is dividing us between the proper Americans and the people who come in wanting to cause harm. I would take that you think any immigrant is coming here to cause harm because Trump says they've all escaped mental asylums to rape your wife and kidnap your children. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, I'd say he's a person who wants to cause harm. Not only has a court found him guilty of rape, a court's found him guilty of 34 felonies, he's admitted to sexual exploitation, he was best friends with Epstein, and he's mentioned in the files over 1 million times with a credible accusation from a true victim of Epstein's. He's the motherfucker that wants to cause harm. Undocumented immigrants? Come on, get real, bro. They're actually 2.5 times less likely than U.S. citizens to commit violent crimes on American soil. Meanwhile, they're more likely to work. They're more likely to actively contribute. And I just find it so incredibly bad faith for you to say that they're the people here to cause harm, and hypocritical for you to support Trump, the rapist, and argue he's one of the proper Americans here to save us.
Yeah, so even when he is still doing such things, which I'm not gonna defend him. I think he is, like, it's just so overwhelming the amount of evidence that is out there pointing towards him doing that. But
yeah, the ruling of the court.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a huge.
Yeah. But you also have to consider, right, that other people are in the same predicament and admit that they have did such things, but it turns out that it could be a ruse. Like I'm not gonna say it is a ruse. Like it's like very likely that he is doing such things, but almost everybody in our government is doing the exact same thing.
You want to know somebody who isn't?
Um,
Kamala
who?
Harris.
um, I mean, well, nothing has come to light on her yet, but
See, that's the thing. You're going to sit here and suggest that maybe the court that found Trump guilty of rape was a ruse. And when we don't have a court that's found Kamala Harris guilty of rape, fucking hell, we don't have any evidence to suggest it's something she's ever done. You say, well, the evidence is yet to come. That's what conspiracy theory looks like, dude. Reality is not our sandbox for us to play like children in and conjure up whatever beliefs we want to be true, then treat them as fact. No, absolutely not. You can't just say that Kamala Harris is probably a rapist too. That's like me saying you're probably a rapist. See how unfair that is?
yeah. Yeah, I see. I just started getting into policies, but I think like from what the impact of what Trump is doing, there's like it is some bad things he's doing, but you also have to separate that, like, right? Because we still have him.
Well, we don't know the good things he's doing. Let's be clear. Drop all the filler words. Drop all the gish gallop. Name the good things Trump is doing. Be clear. Be very clear.
Let's see, right? So his tariffs. His tariffs. I feel like his tariffs for the lesser economic class, right? They will be harmful, but the people who aren't in the lesser economic class, it is very beneficial towards them, right? So what? I'm being serious.
Because you're saying that one of the good things that Trump is doing is hurting the poor people and helping the rich people. But that's not even true. Tariffs actually hurt everybody, including the rich people. They just hurt the poor people more.
See, I just started getting into politics, right? So you probably have a little bit more ball knowledge than me. Like I've only been doing this for a year. I didn't vote last year, but So can you elaborate on how the tariffs are affecting everybody instead of just the lesser economic class?
Yeah, sure. Okay. We see companies going out of business because they either can't collect enough investment to stay in business, or the price of the raw materials to build their goods are going up because they buy them from other countries. That's why last year we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010 and the worst jobs report since 03 ignoring recessions. That's how it kind of hurts the more wealthy people, because who owns these manufacturing plants that are going bankrupt? Who owns these businesses that are laying off 1.3 million of their employees? Okay, the rich and the elite. But it's also clearly hurting the poor people, because the tariff serve as an illegal tax that for the most part are passed off to the consumers of goods in this country. Goldman Sachs says that American citizens paid $92 billion worth of tariffs in 2025 alone.
Okay. So what you're saying is basically it's hurting the higher economic class because they also own some of the buildings that is being affected by the tax.
They hurt everyone except for those with insider knowledge that then trade within the manipulated stock market. They hurt everybody. They just hurt poor people the most.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I feel like that would be like a lesser thing, right? That I stated, like it wouldn't be the most beneficial or non-beneficial thing Trump has did. I think
okay, so then try again. Be clear, without the filler words, without the gish gallop. What is the biggest good thing Trump is doing that makes you MAGA today?
It's just so much. Like I feel like that because I've heard you talk to a lot of other people, right? You make up really good points, so I feel like I would be easily like debatable like on that, because I don't like I hear what other people are saying. It's like, okay, well, it's convincing, but then you bring up a point, right, that how like he's still a bad person. I'm like, I don't know. So
I appreciate you for being open-minded like that, but let's just try to answer the question. Biggest thing that Trump has done that's good, what is it?
Yeah, so let me pull this up for you. Right? Do you allow screen recording or no? Because I don't want to.
You can. I don't care.
Pull this up.
Let's try to name something. See, in the time that you're failing to name a really good thing, I can name a bunch of really bad things. Attempted to coup our government, J6, gave full and complete presidential pardons to attempted would-be cop killers who then went to jail for 10 years, called them patriots, and now has created a $1.8 billion slush fund to line their pockets because they were, quote-unquote, politically prosecuted by the left. Ooh, started a war of choice in Iran that's destroying global markets, killed 160 girls in an elementary school, and has increased the price of gas in America the most in a month it has since the Vietnam War in the 60s. See, I could just keep on doing this. See, like I could just do this all day long.
And I
All
can't.
these
I really can't. I really can't like go against it because I'm not that well versed on some of the things you're saying. You see what I'm saying?
Have you come up with a good thing yet that he's done that makes you support him?
I just like I would just say like his character, what he's doing, like in our country, like his character, like what he's doing. So like I think he's very down. Like so like he doesn't go for anything.
So the good things that he's doing are the things he is doing. Because remember the question: what are the good things that Trump is doing? Your answer is the things that he's doing.
Yeah, but okay, can I elaborate? So like
yeah, you can elaborate, please.
Okay, so like with our like how our like the country is now, if we were to be attacked or let's just say we were to be invaded, he's on that. Like he's 10 toes down, like he's on that. He's not
Dina,
going to
I appreciate you for the unicorn fantasy.
He's not going to allow anything like that to like core inspire. Like I feel
sure?
like
he greenlit Iran to build nukes.
Okay, but yeah, if they do get dropped, guess what? We have counter strikes. We have
that any president would launch.
Yeah, but okay, so even though I feel like Trump does it the best.
Yeah, but you have no reason to believe that. How about this? I'm going to move on to the next guest. I'm going to drop you back down to the comment section.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I wish you luck in your political journey. Just I want you to really like realize here that you've come up empty-handed with the defense of Trump. Okay, like that was bad, buddy. That was bad, right? You came up with nothing. And it was kind of embarrassing. I understand those are mean words and you were trying to be a nice guy, but I need to be honest with you. It's kind of embarrassing. I just recommend watching the live stream. Hear me out for what I have to say, and hopefully we can change your mind. Sarah C., welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, yeah, sure. You could say I support him.
How old are you?
21.
Are you in the fucking moon? There's like a 4-second delay. What year are you born in?
2005.
Can you disconnect me from Bluetooth, please?
Yeah, I got an ear pod.
Okay. In the meantime, guys, make sure that you're double tapping that phone screen. All right, Sarah C., how the hell do you still support this violent rapist as president? Let's hear it.
Yo, I got a question though. Why did you run from Myron Gaines in a debate?
Okay, I'll answer your question after you answer mine. Please and thank you.
Oh, wow. You know he'll cook you, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. All right. Are you gonna answer the question or not?
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, I literally told you I would after you answer mine.
Gaines? Why don't you debate Myron Gaines?
Okay, you have now asked me 2 questions after I answered 1 question.
Ask him tonight. He'll be streaming. Ask him tonight.
Seriously, are you going to answer the question or not? Because it kind of sounds like you're not going to answer the question about why you support Trump. Because you asked your question second. I believe in productive linear dialogue. And inside of productive linear dialogue, the way that it works is if somebody asks a question the first time, then you have to answer that question before I'd answer any of yours. Given the fact that you simply asked your questions after I answered mine. What you're trying to do is like assert yourself as like, you know, like the dominant controlling figure in this conversation where you just get to completely redirect the linear train of dialogue away from the first question that was asked. And it's just simply not going to work in your favor, buddy.
Okay, I'll answer your question. Because he's better than Kamala. Okay, now can you answer my question? Why are you running from Myron?
Sure, I'll answer your question. So I'm not running from Myron in a debate. Myron is just simply not a debater. So I actually reached out to him publicly on Twitter and challenged him to debate, and he accepted, and we had it all lined up. But then I tuned into X Space where he was quote unquote debating a bunch of other people, and there wasn't a singular argument in the hour I was listening. It was just consistent insults and attacks against people for their race, for their gender, for their religion, so on and so forth. Like the moment a woman joined the live and started giving him an argument against what he believes in and why, you know, he doesn't give a single response to anything she said. He just says, you know, shut up, bitch, go make me a sandwich, so on and so forth. You know, 4th grade humor, which I would assume you live in your mother's basement because you're laughing at that. Haven't felt the love and affection of a woman since birth because you're laughing at that. And you know, same thing with like a black man that loaded into the live stream to give him a counter argument to his position. Just literally started calling him the hard R. Or, you know, an Asian man started calling him, you know, the derogatory term that people use against Asians that starts with a C. There's just no debate. It's just, it's brain rotted slop for, you know, chud maxing 14-year-old incels like yourself that live in their parents' basements. So he's not a serious political debater. Okay, so you said that you support Trump because you think that he's better than Harris. Why?
So basically, you're scared to get bullied.
No, he's just not a political debater. He's not a debater. He's like an entertainer once again for incel 14-year-old chud maxer such as yourself.
So you're scared to debate him because you think he can't debate.
So there's no debate. I can't be scared to do something against Myron that he doesn't do.
He actually does.
Yeah, I've yet to see it. So back on topic, you said that you think that Trump is better than Harris. Why?
Oh, that's all I wanted to know, Pete.
Oh, so you're going to run away. Wow. So you're going to come up in here and accuse me of running from a debate. Then you're going to run from a debate. Oh, wow. That's really grown of you. You know, typical Myron Gaines fan. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Welcome into Sport Trump. All right, you left as well. Let's go to get that next guest connected to that live stream. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Brandon, what's going on, man? Good to see you. All right, let's go to get that next guest connected into the live stream right now. We are still looking for the next Trump supporter, you guys. It is really difficult to find Trump supporters who are willing to come up here and give us a debate, folks. They're scared today, legitimately so scared today. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Daddy! Oh my God.
All right, that's a quick ban. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Follow the rules, please and thank you. Y'all know what they are. Well, I guess you don't because I don't have them on the screen. So we're going to put them up on the screen. Why are the Trump supporters so scared of me? Like, why was that last little incel so scared of a debate? Honestly, what an uneducated little guy. Came up here to whine that I wouldn't debate his racist daddy. And then I'm not going to debate him because he's an entertainer for Nazis. He doesn't even debate. He just like insults. And then he says, "Oh man, you're so scared of what? Of what?" Right? And then ultimately, when I asked him to get back on track with the debate, I said, okay, expand upon your reason insofar as why you think that Trump is better than Harris. He ran away. By the way, guys, that's representative of Trump supporters, right? You know, they just like to engage in bad faith bigotry, laugh at calling women bitches, telling them to get in the kitchen like that last guest did. But the moment that you want to engage in a serious political dialogue with them about why they uphold the political beliefs in which they do, they hit the road running because they're all incompetent fools. Now, please feel free to prove me wrong. I would love for a Trump supporter to join this live and to give me a legitimate argument insofar as why this thug is a good president. But I'm not seeing it. We're not seeing it. We're already 36 minutes into the live and we still haven't gotten a single debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 60 years old.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just kind of asked that question automatically. My apologies.
It's okay. I can't believe I'm 60, but I'm 60.
my dad actually just turned 60 3 days ago. All right. Yeah, give me one moment here. I'm going to thank a couple people for their donations into the live stream, and then I'll give you that microphone to tell us why you're MAGA, okay?
Okay.
Hey, thank you so much, Fasih, for the $9 who says, hey, Dean, good to see you. Just got here from the Parker raid. Yes, to all the Parker raiders. Appreciate y'all for joining. Good to see you all. Blake, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Shout out to Blake down below in that comment section. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $50 donation. My God, Alyssa. Wow, that is ALYSSA. Alyssa, that is very kind of you. I do not deserve your generosity and your kindness. That is way too much money, and I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much for supporting the live stream. Alyssa with a $50 says, hey, Dean, I've been watching you for months now. Just want to say that your videos and outlook on life keep me sane. Thank you and love all that you do. Alyssa, thank you for the $50. And Alyssa, about the other thing in that comment that you added on there, please call a women's DV shelter and ask them, okay? Please do that. Like right now, go to Google, look for one in your area, drop them a line, and ask them the same question you asked me. Serena, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, as always, appreciate everything that you do and want to let you know that I'm in New York alone for the first time and I made a friend on a plane because she saw me watching yesterday's VOD. No way. That's awesome, Serena. I love that. Thank you for sharing that story with me and thank you for the $20. Show some love to Serena down below. Then Alexander and Christina, I appreciate you both for the $5. Over on Super Chat, Lord T, thank you for the $10. Who says, red pills are insecure racist losers who have low self-esteem and take their anger out on people with an incel audience. This stream is sponsored by hashtag MAGA Mobile. Yeah, no, they suck, man. They absolutely suck. On PayPal, thank you so much, Leela, that is Leela, for the $26 donation, who says, I just 2v7'd a debate with homophobic and misogynistic people that says it's okay to beat kids. They are so fucking brainless. Honestly, Leela, just ignore them. They're too far gone. Like, they're not worth your time. That or they're rage baiting. I appreciate for the $26, though. One last person to thank before I pass this guest the mic to tell us why they're MAGA. Juliana, I appreciate you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. Let's get 200 Juliana W's. I see your message there, and I will check it out. Thank you so much for the love and support, you guys. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Okay, I support Trump as president because I do like him evening up the trade odds. I think that America has been screwed over in trade on numerous occasions. And no, I can't quote statistics. I'd have to Google it because I am old. I do think the stuff that the Democrats bring up is kind of hypocritical. Like when they say that he's I'm going to say grapist because I don't know if you can use that word or not. When they say he's a grapist, I find the woman's story lacking credibility because she did write on a paper, a document that she fantasized about being raped. And she said he did it in a public setting, which nobody noticed him walking into a public dressing room. She said he penetrated her with his digits. She didn't scream. She didn't ask for help. She didn't get up and turn it into security. She didn't go to the police. She did tell her friends, which I could tell my friends, that you beat me up, Dean, and that they would support me, and that wouldn't necessarily make it true. And he wasn't found guilty of rape. I'm sorry, I don't know if we're supposed to use that word. He was found civilly liable, and you don't have to have much proof for a civil case to go in your favor. So that's just one. You can bring up anything else you want me to discuss with you. And I appreciate you giving me a voice because I have been trying to get a voice with you and the other guy, I can't even think of his name, for a long time now and haven't been given a chance.
Okay, wow. So you started that off with a comment about tariffs. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to completely disregard that comment. We're going to focus on the rape case. Sounds good. So
can we use the word rape?
Yeah, we could use the word rape. TikTok used to censor that word. You used to only be able to say grape. A bunch of people got mad, called out TikTok because it kind of makes us novelize rape a little bit, calling it, ooh, grape and whatnot. So now we could call it exactly what it is. So here's the thing. Your first point was to say, geez, I really should have written them down. God, what was your first point?
I'm sorry, I'll repeat it. My first point was, if I told you that story about, say, a liberal did that to me, I'm not sure you would believe it as easily. That it was in a public dressing room, number one.
Now I remember your points. Perfect. I remember your points. So first and foremost, the first point that you made about saying, well, if somebody made up the same story about a liberal, okay, would we believe them? Well, see, the thing is no, the people on the left, the Democrats, are actually not hypocrites about this topic in the slightest. Eric Swalwell was running for the mayoral office in California. I think, or maybe he was just running for re-election for his congressional seat. I forget exactly which one. And then 5 women that he had worked with previously came forward and said that he raped them. And because of that, the left then called Eric Swalwell out. His own best friends in Congress then called on him to drop out of the gubernatorial race, not the mayoral race. My apologies. And then he inevitably dropped out of Congress because of that too. No hypocrisy is detected on the left here. In fact, I think that this hypocrisy is only something that we see on the right for the most part, because after Eric Swalwell was accused by a bunch of these women, well, then we saw every member of the GOP from A to Z call him out, give their fake outrage and say that he needs to resign from Congress immediately. But then when Donald Trump doesn't just have 5 accusations, but upwards of 50, and a civil court has held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, they just don't care and turn a blind eye. So you're the hypocrite, not me.
I'm sorry. I meant if it was the same exact story that went into a public dressing room, a woman's public dressing room, nobody noticed it. She didn't scream for help. She didn't leave and go tell security. She kept a dress or whatever she was wearing with DNA, and how his DNA got on it when all he penetrated her with was fingers, I don't know, but maybe that's possible. Told her friends, and that's considered viable information, which my friends would stand by me probably no matter what. And she wrote down that she fantasized about being raped. So all of that, to me, would at least make you doubt some of her story. And
Okay.
I know it's not couth to doubt somebody that claims victimhood.
I would like
but
to respond to
people
all
can
that
make that up.
Okay, so to your first point, saying that, well, why did nobody see this happen? So she testified in court that this happened on the top level of a Borgman Goodman's on a Thursday evening. And there were even employees from that store that testified to the fact that on Thursday evenings at that time and on that level, for the most part, there weren't too many people around. And this makes a lot of sense, right? Like if I go to my local Dillard's, for instance, they have dressing rooms all across the department store, and it's only one level. And I mean, I've even shopped at Dillard's on an evening of a weekday and tried stuff on in their dressing rooms, and there's nobody around really, just because everything is so spread out. There's so many dressing rooms. I could very easily walk in and out of a dressing room and be undetected by any employee or any other shopper. So I don't understand why that's a point that you make. Now, the second point that I'll make here is, well, why didn't she scream? Why didn't she go to security? Well, I agree that there's a lot of scenarios where women will get raped, they will scream and they will fight back, but there's just as many or even more scenarios where women will get raped, and instead of going into that fight response, they go into that fawn or flight response, where they just kind of sit there, they stay still, and they let it happen to them, because if they were to fight back, maybe they'd be hurt more. And I don't understand why this is so shocking to you, when this is actually what society tells victims of other violent crimes to do. Like, for instance, have you ever heard a cop say, hey, listen, if somebody walks up to you in the middle of the street on a dark night with a gun and says, give me your jewelry, the cop's like, just give them your jewelry because your jewelry is less important than your life. Just roll over. Just don't fight. Just let them do it, so then you walk away unscathed. Same thing about carjacking, same thing about robberies at banks. Just give them the money. The money's less important than your life. Well, then when it's about rape, when we see a victim kind of disassociate from the immediate trauma as a imminent reaction of the flight response and their psychosocial anatomy of their brain, all of a sudden that gives us reason to doubt that it occurred. That makes no sense. And then the last point that I'll make here is, you said, well, she wrote down on somewhere on a piece of paper that she fantasizes about getting raped. That's just entirely false. So what you're actually misconstruing here would be an interview that she gave to Anderson Cooper on CNN after the civil court case had adjudicated, where she said that many people fantasize about rape. They think it's sexy, but it's not sexy, it's not sexual, it's really violent, and it hurts.
No, I'll have to, if you didn't Google it, I can't match it up with anything, but I have to disagree with you there. It was said by her that now maybe after it happened to her, I don't know, maybe she didn't. But beforehand, she did say she fantasized about it. She did.
Okay, I'll show you the clip. I'll show you the clip. I'll show you what you're misinterpreting.
Hold on a minute.
Because I have it on standby.
I was sexually assaulted in college. I was. So I've been there. I've done that. And I didn't, when I first came out of it, I was quiet and shocked. But I did let it be known, and I did tell it. And it didn't take me 10 years to do it. And I didn't save my clothing so I could back up what I was saying 10 years later, I mean, and I'm not saying I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying there's a lot of very improbable things there that point to maybe this woman isn't telling the truth. Maybe.
A lot of people get this wrong.
Absolutely, he's a rapist based on the evidence that is presented there.
A lot of people get this really wrong. So first and foremost, you said something that makes it less likely to be true that she was raped was the fact that she didn't scream while it happened. But then you went on to tell us that you were essayed when you were in college and you didn't scream when it happened. So thank you for corroborating that is a very common experience that many victims go through. And it's not just you and Eugene Carroll, it's a vast majority of rape victims. Now, to your second claim, the fact that she waited so long to come out about this somehow reduces the probability that her claim is true. I also doubt that. I don't think that is true. Because there's no measure for you to make that claim against. Like, for instance, if a vast majority of rape victims automatically and immediately reported rape right after it happened, okay, well, that would be the standard to measure E. Jean Carroll's weight against. And then maybe the fact that she waited 23 years in that scenario would make it less likely to be true. But according to RAINN.org, over 60% of rape victims actually take that story to their grave and they never report it to the cops. And many women will wait over 20 years. So because this is something that is very typical of rape victims, as proven by the empirical evidence, you cannot say that this somehow makes it less likely to be true. And once again, to that last point, you're saying that this is something that she wrote down talking about how she fantasizes about rape. That for the last time, that is a misconstruction of an audio clip of the interview that she did with Anderson Cooper. I'll just go ahead and play you the audio clip from that interview now, if it will load. It's stuck on loading.
Definition. And then I didn't behave.
When you say I should have never done it, you mean?
And it did not, and I rose to the occasion, and that's why I don't use the word you just used. I use the word fight of society, and
we're almost there. I do
feel
apologize.
that so many women are undergoing sexual and enduring constant sexual violence.
Here we go.
So this one instant, this one 3 minutes in this little dressing room, I just say it's the fight. That way I'm not the victim, right? I'm not the victim.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished, which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
So there's a clip that you're referencing. Once again, that's not her saying that she sexualizes rape. That's not her saying that she fantasizes about rape. That's her saying that most people fantasize and sexualize rape, but that's not something that she sexualizes or fantasizes. As she clarified previously, it was actually quite painful and it hurt, and it wasn't sexual at all.
Well, this will just have to. Her very comments that you played was odd, in my opinion. Even then, she said she didn't consider it rape.
No, she said that she didn't consider herself a victim. And the context to that is what I skipped over when she was talking about how it lasted for 3 minutes in a dressing room, and there's other women who will experience sexual violence every single day. She's saying that she doesn't consider herself a victim because she tries to empower herself, and she thinks of herself as like the survivor of this heinous act, and she doesn't like to look at herself like a victim. And I don't see the issue with that in the slightest. If a victim of sexual violence doesn't want to consider themselves a victim through like self-empowerment, all the power to them, right? Everybody has a different preference there. Some victims of sexual violence will, deny that they're a victim to empower themselves and rather opt to call themselves a survivor. Others will say, I am a victim. And it just kind of boils down to the language that we use to describe these very close and personal things. And I think that we should respect the decision of any survivor, any victim, to not like to be called a victim or to not like to be called a survivor.
Can't I ask you that there is some room for doubt?
No, I don't think that there's any reasonable doubt to the court case because we had a lot of evidence. We had her testimony that she's kept consistent for over 30 years, as corroborated by 4 of her friends. We had therapist notes from the 90s indicating she was raped by Donald Trump. We had the dress that she submitted to the court claiming it was the dress that she was raped in by Trump. Then they found male DNA on the dress, and then Donald Trump said that he was not going to submit his DNA to the court to be tested against the DNA in the dress. We had lies and we had inconsistencies. Well, we'll get around to that because the only person who ever said that E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump met was E. Jean Carroll. Donald Trump actually claimed that he never met her. So if he never met her, there's no way that it was his DNA in the dress, right? But that was also proven to be a lie because then E. Jean Carroll responded to the court by submitting a picture of them together. And then he also claimed that he would never have raped her because she wasn't his type. But then that was also proven to be a lie because under deposition, he confused a picture of E. Jean Carroll to be a picture of his ex-wife, Marla Maples. And then the third category of evidence that we have here to corroborate the claim that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll would be all of Donald Trump's character priors. He has boasted about sexual exploitation. He said it was funny when he just barged into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned. We've had like 15 women and girls come forward and say that he would just exploit us and walk right in and look at our naked bodies, including 15-year-olds. On top of the 40 plus other accusations he has, on top of the fact that his ex-wife Ivana said that he had raped her in the divorce filings, on top of the fact that he's named in the Epstein files over 1 million times, on top of the fact that he's credibly accused by one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims in confidence to the FBI in 2019. All of these facts serve to create a great preponderance of evidence that undeniably, in my mind, proves that he absolutely did rape E. Jean Carroll.
That wrote the book, I can't remember her name. She testified absolutely Donald Trump did not touch her and was not involved, and she never saw him involved with any of the victims at the island. What was her name? The young girl that ended up committing suicide.
Victoria, I believe. It's either Victoria or Veronica. It's one of the two. Yeah, and listen, I believe her. I believe her 110%. I don't think that she was ever taken advantage of by Trump. I don't think that she ever saw Donald Trump take advantage of anybody else. But this is like your friend being Virginia. Sorry, not Victoria or Veronica. Her name is Virginia. Virginia Hughes, I believe.
I'm sorry. I should remember. I didn't.
I should remember too, so you're all good. Virginia Joffrey. There we go. I'm sorry. I get a lot of the victims' names messed up because we have Virginia G from the Epstein files, but then we also have Veronica Hughes from Miss USA. Very similar names. I get them confused all the time. But listen, the point that I want to make here is I absolutely do believe Virginia. When she says that she wasn't taken advantage of by Trump, when she didn't see Donald Trump take advantage of anybody else, I say, okay, I believe you. But this is like your friend being on trial for murder, and then you testifying at their trial saying, well, because they didn't murder me, therefore they didn't murder anybody else. It's very possible that Donald Trump didn't take advantage of Virginia, but he did take advantage of others.
Well, of course it's possible. I'm just saying there's a lot of room for doubt there. And I'm going to go with the felonies. All I hear out of Democrats is felonies, 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 felonies. They literally changed a misdemeanor offense, had it changed to a felony level, and the lady that did it campaigned on the fact that, hey, I'm going to get Donald Trump, I'm going to get Donald Trump. And she changed the misdemeanor offense to a felony. And it was tried in New York City, where the man is despised because it's mostly liberals. And the felony was that he gave hush money to Stormy Daniels out of his own money, but they considered it campaign funds because he used his own money for campaign funds. That's all BS. I mean, I don't know how anybody can hold any water with anybody. That's the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, so that's not true. That's not true at all. So the crime that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 times was New York State Code 175.10, falsification of business records in the first degree. And the last time this law was updated was in 2015, before Donald Trump even committed the crime. So no, there was no prosecutor that ran in New York on changing this law to then prosecute Trump. As this law has been on the books since 2015, before Trump committed the crime.
No, let me Google it just a minute. I'm going to put you down below a minute.
I promise I'm telling the truth. It is Penal Code 170.10. You could even find this on the New York State Senate's .gov website. If you just go on Google and you type in falsification of business records in the first degree New York Senate, you'll actually find their law book on their Senate website that talks about Penal Code 175.10. And you could even see that the last time this law was amended was in 2015. So you're wrong.
Like I said, I'm surprised to get on here. I would have had my information in front of me had I really thought I would have got on here. And I could have counterbalanced that. And I don't have it on here to counterbalance it. But
you know what? Listen, you seem to want to talk about, his character, the crimes that he's committed, the bad things that he's done. I want to play you this clip because I feel like a lot of Trump supporters will come up here and baselessly deny the outcome of the civil court case that held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. I mean, I gave you all the evidence, and then your response was to move on to start talking about the felonies. The thing is,
we can debate that forever. You can say yes, it is. viable.
Yeah, and the
could
thing
say,
is
no, it
that,
isn't.
that is something that we could debate forever, because regardless of the amount of evidence that I give you, because you're a supporter of Trump, and my apologies, ma'am, this is just my opinion, that you've kind of become a little bit of a cult member here. You're just going to deny anything that I give you.
No,
so
I can
what
bring
when I want to
I'm
prove
sorry, I didn't
that
mean to
Donald Trump
interrupt.
is a sexual predator to somebody that is like really adverse to the facts, that is just unwilling to engage in any type of productive and rational dialogue about the court that held him liable for raping Miss Carroll, I actually like to point you guys.
Being rational, really?
I do think that you're being quite irrational about the outcome of that court case. But in this circumstance, what I like to do is I like to point you guys towards the clip of him admitting to sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of his beauty pageant contestants. Because there's no out. You can't just say, maybe I have a doubt to the evidence. You can't just say, maybe she lied. You can't just say, no, that evidence isn't enough. Because this is a direct admission of guilt from the perpetuator of sexual violence. I'm sure that if you've tuned into my live stream before, you've heard this because we talk about it nearly every day. We're going to talk about it again today. Here's a clip.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
a doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Have any doubt to that?
No, I don't. And do I think the guy is kind of a pervert? Yeah, I certainly do. And do I think it's wrong to barge into a dressing room? Yeah, but I have been in multiple plays. I can't tell you how many. And when you've got like 2 minutes to change, I've had men come in the dressing room, see me in my bra and panties. So have other women. It happens when you're changing and got so many seconds. But he was bragging about it. He wasn't just coming in because he had to be like the other actors with me. He was bragging about it. And yeah, he's braggadocious. He's kind of disgusting. He thinks he's hot when he's not. I'll go along with all of that. I will. But I think Democrats are like, oh my God. He said he grabbed women by the pussies. All right. That's just like the terminology grabbing a bull by the horns. Nobody literally walks up and grab a bull by the horns. Well, he didn't literally walk up and grab women by the pussies either. That's terminology.
Well, that's what a court proved.
I think you guys are smart enough to figure that out on your own.
When a court proves that he literally did do it, yeah, I'm going to believe that he did do it. Also, you agree that
he literally grabbed by the pussy?
By their vagina. Eugene Carroll, he grabbed her by her vagina and then forcefully penetrated it with his fingers. That's what the jury of 9 ruled.
The court did not prove that he grabbed her by the vagina. The court proved that he was civilly liable, and all you have to have is 50% of the people that think
so you agree that was the outcome of the court case. So first and foremost, about the clip that I just played you from Howard Stern's radio show, you're accepting here that Donald Trump takes pride in engaging in sexual violence, because that's what that is. The definition of sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual action. It is absolutely a sexual act for a man to barge into a woman's dressing room to then look at the naked women and girls under the age of 18, by the way, in there. And it's unconsensual by definition for the minors. And of course, there's also unconsensual for the women at Miss USA. So if you're already accepting here that Donald Trump proudly brags about engaging in sexual violence all the time at his beauty pageant contestants,
I don't think walking into a dressing room is violent. I think it's disgusting, but I don't think it's violent. Violent is something that physically harms somebody. No, it's not violent. It's disgusting. It's perverted, but it's not violent. It's not sexual violence.
And there's not a DV shelter on the face of planet Earth that agrees with you. They all agree with me. Violence, okay, is something that harms someone. Now, harm can be caused physically, or harm can be caused non-physically. And this is especially true when we're talking about sexual encounters. Okay, listen. If a 45-year-old male teacher at a girls' elementary school makes one of the girls stay after class and pull her pants down so he could look at her without touching her, that is sexual violence even though he never touched her. Because even though he didn't touch her, he still hurt her a fucking lot. right? So this is why every single DV shelter on the face of planet Earth considers sexual violence to be an umbrella term to refer to any and all unconsensual sexual actions. What you're looking for when you talk specifically about sexual violence that includes physical touch is like sexual assault. Sexual assault, okay, would be sexual violence that includes physical touch. Sexual violence is just an umbrella category for all any unconsensual sexual conduct, all right? And it absolutely does hurt women and girls, okay, that are changing with a reasonable expectation of privacy in a space for them and only for them, to then have a man barge into that space and then like look at their naked bodies and oogle all over them. And I mean, I think that this one should be self-intuitive, right? I mean, you sound older. You said that you're 60. I wouldn't doubt it of your mom. Let's assume that maybe like 10 years ago or so when you're 50, 40, you had like a 10 to 15-year-old daughter and you guys were at Kohl's and she was trying on a dress for prom. And she's in one of the dressing rooms putting the dress on. Now, the floor manager of that Kohl's, that's a male, brushes past you, quickly unlocks her door while she's naked, walks inside, and then looks at her naked body. Okay, would you be pissed off because that hurt your daughter?
Did I tell you that it was inappropriate and it was perverted? Did I?
Can you answer my question? If the floor manager at this Kohl's did this to your daughter, would you be mad because that hurt your daughter?
Yes, I would be mad.
So okay, so women and girls, everybody could be hurt by non-physical sexual conduct.
Daughter, no. I would say he violated her. I would say he abused her right to privacy.
So how about you define sexual violence?
He was sexually violent with my daughter? No.
So how about you define sexual violence?
Sexual violence is something that is deep, intense, interpersonal, directed directly towards you, that you're not going to get over in your lifetime.
So you don't think that having a man barge in to your private dressing room to look at your naked body is deep, intense, and interpersonal and could cause a lifetime of trauma?
This is a question now, don't flog me in the comments. Did they say they were naked or did they say they were in underclothing?
He said they were naked, and they said they were naked.
Well, that's strange. I've never been in a dress, and I've been in a lot of dressing rooms where the people's totally naked when they're getting ready.
I go in one every day at the gym, okay? Go into a gym locker room, you're going to see naked, well, I was about to say naked dudes. You're going to see naked women. Plus, these were beauty pageants specifically for swimsuit models, as it would relate to Miss USA. So the way that you would get changed into a swimsuit or change out of a swimsuit or change into another swimsuit would be by first getting naked. Completely naked.
I've got another question. There's a lot of contestants in a beauty pageant, is there not?
Yes.
Why didn't one of them, not even one, come forward to the TV station, to the other people involved with the pageant and say, look, this dude's coming in here and I don't want it to happen?
Okay.
It didn't happen back then.
So frankly, they actually did. Here is Tasha Dixon on CBS in 2015.
What? Say it again. I didn't hear you.
They did come forward to the television. Here's Tasha Dixon. She was Miss Arizona for Miss USA in 2001.
That was during the
strolling right in. There was no.
What's that?
That was during the pageant that they did that?
That they came forward to the media?
Yeah.
No, they had to wait for the media to get interested and reach out to them, which of course was when Donald Trump ran for president.
How would they know? I mean, the media is involved with Miss Universe pageant. I think it would have been easy to get a hold of them at that time.
So, I mean, I think that you're placing an unreasonable expectation on victims of sexual violence. We're telling us, even if a man admits to sexual violence, if the woman who's taken advantage of doesn't come forward to the media, then they're not a real victim and the man wasn't telling the truth about what he did.
Just because I have been a victim of
the first thing that I want to say here is, when did the Epstein survivors come forward to the media before Epstein's arrest?
They were children. That's a different tale of different colors.
I'm
They
sorry.
waited till they-
Even the children that then became women, and then some of the victims that were women, did not come forward to the media until after Epstein's arrest. And many of them still haven't come forward to the media because they value their privacy. That's the thing that you forget. And you should know this, especially as a woman. There are a bunch of really terrible, rich and powerful men out there who are willing to take advantage of women and do a lot worse to them if they could. Okay? And the thing is I'd say the first thought that would go through the mind of any woman or girl who would be taking advantage of one of these pageants is, well, if Donald Trump is willing to take advantage of me in a non-retaliatory manner just because he wants to see my naked body, well, how would he further take advantage of me in a retaliatory manner if I were to take this to the media? What would he do to me? Well, for starters, they would lose their paycheck. They'd get their career ruined. They'd get completely defamed. Them and their family would be dead to the industry. And maybe what is something else that Donald Trump would be willing to do to take it even further? Well, if he's willing to sexually violate them because he wants to, would he maybe even be willing to kill them in a retaliatory manner if they went to the media? Okay, and these mere questions is what would prevent victims of sexual violence, not just in this one instance of Trump with Miss Teen USA and Miss USA from coming forward to the media, but also victims of all sexual perpetuators across the world. And the second thing, and the second point that I want to make here is the media doesn't fucking care. Okay, we should know this by now. Look at what happened to Epstein and his associates. Look at Prince Andrew. Look at all the other rich, powerful, and famous people inside of the Epstein files that even after being blasted by the release of some of the files have not been covered by the media. And quite frankly, the only reason why the media started to care about Donald Trump engaging in sexual violence in 2015 was because he started running for president. Okay? Does it discount the fact that this is something that he's actually done? No, not at all. It just simply proves that the media doesn't care about these things, and a lot of the higher ups in society don't care about these things. And it took him running for president for the media to be interested in trying to find these women and girls who Trump took advantage of so they could finally share their story. But this, once again, shouldn't even be a question because he admitted to doing this and the victims corroborated him doing this. That is all the evidence you need to know in order to reliably conclude that he is guilty of this crime.
I'll ask you a question that is similar to the Trump thing. You supported Biden, no doubt. Biden's own daughter wrote in her diary that her daddy showered with her when she was 12. And it made her uncomfortable. She wrote it in her own diary, but not one Democrat seemed to give a damn about that or want him arrested or did not vote for him over that. Mm-hmm. That's alarming, but you guys don't think you're hypocrites.
So do you think that Biden showered with his daughter?
She wrote it in her diary.
So you believe it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what makes you a hypocrite. That's what makes you a hypocrite. I'll tell you why. Ashley Biden's diary was stolen from her, then sold to Project Veritas, an alt-right think tank with a track record of manipulating the documents that they get on political opponents to defame them in the media. And then when this went to court, she wrote a letter under deposition and penalty of perjury to that court that there's been false allegations lobbed at her as well as those that she cares about. And the only allegation in the media was that against her father. Okay? So I would say, because we haven't had a handwriting specialist verify that the text in the diary accusing Biden of showering with her is the same handwriting as other segments of the diary that we know to be written by Ashley Biden, that claim stands as being unverified. But the reason why I called you a hypocrite here is because you'll believe, okay, the diary that could have been manipulated by Project Veritas stole from Ashley Biden, who then said there was false allegations lobbed at her father, over a court that reliably determined Donald Trump to be guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll via the unanimous jury of a verdict of the unanimous verdict of a jury of 9, including a juror who was alt-right and went to Tim Pool for his political information, who loved Trump, and the only reason why he wasn't ejected from the jury is because Donald Trump's billionaire lawyers were able to successfully convince the judge that the jury had no political bias. And you also believe that over a literal audio clip of Donald Trump admitting to engaging in sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of these naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, when we then have further corroboration from them up to amounting of like 12 women and girls. And you know what? Every single claim that you made made,
friends
every
that
single
went to
claim,
school with her
every
that-
single claim that you made about the E. Jean Carroll case could just be applied to Ashley Biden's diary as well. Okay, you said, can't E. Jean Carroll just lie? Can't Ashley Biden just lie, even if she wrote
They
that
both
diary?
could.
Or
That's
what
kind
about,
of my
or what,
point,
or what
Dean.
about, or what about the clips of Miss USA, Miss Teen USA from Donald Trump, when you said, oh well, why didn't they go to the media before he started running for president? Oh well, why didn't Ashley Biden come out about this before her father was president? You know, and we could apply all the same victim blaming rhetoric and arguments
don't
that
you
you've
let
been
me talk
using
here?
to falsify Donald Trump and his
I
rape
do
case
not
or him admitting to
doubt
sexual
that
violence
he went
to
in
that
that dressing
diary,
room.
but we don't even need to, because we know that that diary as it stands is unverified for all of the previous reasons that I gave you.
I do not doubt that he went in that dressing room. I do not doubt that it was wrong. I do not doubt that it was perverted. But do you know that some of the girls that went to school with Ashley Biden verified that she told them the same things? Do you know that that's true?
Who?
Do you know that
Who?
Joe Biden let little children rub the hair on
Wait,
his
wait, wait,
legs
wait, wait, wait,
when
who?
he was in the pool?
Wait,
And
who?
he told
What friends of
about it.
Ashley?
No, let me talk and then you can. And he told about it out of his own mouth. He let little children rub the hair on his legs. Kind of weird. There's pictures of him sniffing on young girls' hair and women's hair. There's audio clips of him using the N-word, but none of that matters to Democrats. None of it matters. You all are still his biggest supporters. That's weird.
Well, I just think that you're a liar. Prove to me that Ashley Biden's friends that she went to school with corroborated that the story about her showering with her father is something that she had told them. Prove that.
Dean, I can't do it because I'm on a phone and I don't have a computer in front of me to pull it up.
Okay,
But,
so then if you can make a claim without any evidence, then I could dismiss it without any evidence.
You can, but it doesn't mean that your dismissal is legit.
Well, what it means is that you have the burden of proof to demonstrate a claim as being true if you were to make it. And by the way, I just Googled this. I Googled Ashley Biden's claims friends at school Biden. Just, a bunch of the keywords sitting on, like the allegation about her showering with his father. And the first response says, there are no public claims made by Ashley Biden's friends at school regarding corroboration for the claim that Ashley Biden had showered with her father. In fact, there's not even one publication anywhere on the internet citing the claim that you made. So quite frankly, I think that you saw a post of misinformation on fucking Telegram or Facebook that is just completely and undeniably false. Now to the second claims that you made about Biden saying that he likes it when the kids at the pool rub his hairy legs. Yeah, that's like kind of weird. Okay, no one's denying that. But it's definitely not rape. It's definitely not barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them while they're changing unconsensually, amounting to sexual violence. And that's funny because it seems like you care more about kind of like weird old grandpa comments made by Biden, who I think is a good loving man with a good loving family, compared to Donald Trump, who's been found guilty of rape or engaged in sexual violence within all these other degrees.
No, he was not found guilty of rape. He was
sure
found
was.
civilly liable.
What do you think guilty means?
Guilty does not mean. I know what I'm talking about there because I Googled it. Civil liability and.
I know what I'm talking about there because I Googled it. I think she's getting a call. Ma'am, if you could hear me, you got to come back to the TikTok app so we could hear you. I don't think she could hear me. We're going to thank a couple people while she's, figuring out how to come back. Z! Oh, okay.
You Google it. What's the difference between liability and guilt?
So I'll tell you. So I think that the definition of the word guilty just means to be responsible for, right? If I tell you that
Google the difference between liability and guilt. Google it.
So if you Google the question, what's the difference between civil liability and guilt? The answer that Google will give you is the difference between civil liability and criminal guilt. And that's true. There is a difference between civil liability and criminal guilt. But the definition of the word guilt is just to be responsible for an action. When a criminal court tells you that you're guilty of a crime, they're just telling you that you committed that crime. You're responsible for that crime. So if the definition of guilt is responsibility for an action, and the definition of liable is also responsibility for an action, then liable is actually a synonym for guilt.
One of the main reasons I think Jean Carroll may be not telling the truth is because the person I was essayed was a 7th grade math teacher I had. On more than one occasion, tried to get me to be with him. He talked the boys into surrounding me and grabbing my breasts in class. And I was in 7th grade. It was a math teacher who was in charge of me. He was in charge of my grade. Huh?
I'm sorry to hear that.
He was in charge of my grades. His wife was in charge of my cheerleading squad. And when you're in 7th grade, that's a lot to lose. You think, whoop-de-doo. But when you're in 7th grade, that's a lot to lose. I went to the principal. I went to my mom. Unfortunately, nothing happened to the teacher. Nothing. But I didn't keep it under wraps forever. I couldn't. I was too upset. I couldn't walk around and act like nothing happened. Everybody knew something happened. I was too upset. I slapped a boy in class, and they all laughed at me. They thought it was funny. Other girls in class just sat there wide-eyed, gapped. But I turned it in immediately because, you know what? I couldn't have faked it. I couldn't went on like everything was just okay. I couldn't have done that.
Yeah, and that's you. And that's you. But that's not every victim. Okay? Once again, according to rhetoric, 60% of victims, okay, never tell the authorities about what happened to them in their life. Well, see, they don't walk around okay. It eats away at them too. But they know that there exists consequences in society for coming forward about it. See, if you want to legitimately support victims, then you're not going to blame those that wait 23 years to come out about it. No, what you're going to do is you're going to fight against the system that makes them wait 23 years to come out about it. Because every single day of those 23 years were likely just as difficult as the days that you waited before you went to the principal's office. You are confused if you think that she just walked around like it was okay. No, she walked around like her fucking life had been ruined, proven by the fact that she sued his ass 23 years later. Okay, but she kept under wraps to save her and her family of possible consequence, to save her job, to save her reputation, and to save herself from being demonized and turned into a monolith of the left that's now attacked by Trump supporters on a daily basis. My evidence being you on my live stream right now.
Maybe I'm unreasonable, but I just keep talking. Maybe it was in my head, but
Your mic is muffled, ma'am. You're covering the bottom of your phone.
Sorry, hon. People walking around, going to work, cooking supper, putting on your makeup after that happened to you. I don't know. I don't know how anybody can do that. I just don't.
Okay. And listen. There are many things that other people do that I don't know how they could do it because I wouldn't personally do it if I was in their shoes. But the fact that many do it shows that this is not an atypical circumstance for a victim of rape to be in. So stop victim blaming, okay, and start standing by them to fight against the system that forces them to do it. I could tell you that there are probably hundreds of people in my live stream right now that have had some act of sexual violence happen to them that they have not told a soul about. I can tell you that there are so many people watching this stream right now that were raped, that were abused, that were assaulted, that likely haven't told the cops, haven't told their family, but might tell the stream in an anonymous donation, which is something that has happened at many points before when I have the same conversation with other people. That's the world we live in. That's a fact of reality. And if you don't want to treat it like a fact of reality, then you're in the wrong. Because you're actively siding with the people that make this a fact of reality by then victim blaming them more, telling them they're in the wrong for staying silent about it. Or saying that you don't believe them because they're staying silent about it. Because that will only further influence them to never come out in the future. Because they've already dug their own grave, right? They've already been silent about it. Let me finish. They've already been silent about it for a year. They've already been silent about it for 2 years. They've already been silent about it for 5 years. So now they're already at that point where you and half of the world aren't gonna fucking believe them, so they can't come out today, they can't come out tomorrow, right? And now they're gonna take it to the grave, which is what rain.org tells us happens to 60% of victims.
Not screaming for help when it's happening, all of that stuff. But anyway, you wanted to know why I support Trump,
Right,
okay?
and you don't look at any of the evidence in the court case. You don't look at any of Donald Trump's character priors. You don't look at Trump proudly boasting about engaging in sexual violence. Fuck, if it was anybody but Trump, you'd believe it 110%. Imagine you had a friend named Dylan. You grew up with Dylan. You went to school with Dylan. Dylan was always kind of a weird guy. One day, Dylan is found guilty of rape in a civil court of law. But you remember 10 years ago, Dylan boasting about engaging in sexual violence by literally following women and girls into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. He said he was proud about it, he was bragging about it, and he said it was funny. Okay, so it makes sense that Dylan is definitely guilty for raping this woman that the court just found him, that just held him liable for doing, because you remember 10 years ago him taking pride in boasting about other things. Like, let me give you a good analogy here, right? We've all heard about like serial killers, like growing up dissecting animals because they're sick fucks. So if like I grew up with a friend that like dissected animals, like killed neighbors' cats and dogs, and like laughed at like dead animals that they'd see on their phone, and then like 20 years later when we're like 40 years old, this person ends up getting convicted of like murdering somebody, I'm gonna be like, oh, that totally makes sense. That just tracks for their character. I remember them doing really weird stuff in alignment with serial killing in their youth. Okay, well, we could say the same thing about Donald Trump here. In 2005, he's bragging, he's taking pride, and he's calling it funny when he'd exploit and follow women into their dressing rooms to violate them and to look at their naked bodies. Okay, well then, like less than 20 years later, a court held him liable for rape. That makes sense. It just makes sense. It is within his character to do something like that.
I want to tell you why I support him, not why I think E. Jean Carroll could be maybe not telling the truth.
Yeah, I'm going to take a moment to thank a couple of the donors, and then I'll let you have that, Mike. Junior, I appreciate you for the $2 who says it happened to me when I was 6 and I'm 37 now. I'm really sorry to hear that, man. Thank you so much for the $2. Jennifer, I appreciate you for the $2 as well, who says, I just wanted to say that thank you for being a perfect example of what truly sporting women's looks like. Much love. Much love to yourself, Jennifer, and thank you for the $2. Z, I really appreciate you for that $20 donation. Let's get to it, or ZWs. Thank you so much for the love and support. Z with the $20 says, as an SA survivor who was coerced into agreeing to things I didn't want to, it took me forever to tell anybody about it, especially with constant threats. Some people need to understand that it's not easy to speak out about it. I couldn't agree with you more, Z, and I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you. Aubrey, I appreciate you for the $5 and Venmo. Stiffen, thank you so much for the $10. Peyton, thank you for the $5. And Lena, Linah, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says, are you doing another Surrounded episode with Jubilee? Insert eyebrow raise. What an interesting question. I can't confirm or deny like anything that I'm doing at the end of the month. If you would have asked me if I was just doing a 1v1 on Jubilee, I would be giving you the same response. I can't tell you. It's a mystery. Thank you for the $25, Lena. Same thing to you, Alexander. Thank you for the $5. And Christina, thank you so much for the $5. A couple of people to thank over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $1, Allison. Molly, thank you so much for the $10, who says, it's been 30 years and I still have never come forward. On the outside, I'm a functioning mom of 3, school teacher and full-time student. On the inside, I'm broke. This woman is why I still haven't and won't ever come forward. No one would believe me anyways. Molly, I'm so fucking sorry to hear that happened to you. And you are exactly why I hold these debates, because you unfortunately are right. If you came forward tomorrow, this woman would call you a liar, even if you were able to get your rapist to be held legally accountable in a courtroom. Why? Because, quote unquote, you waited 30 years. So if nobody's gonna believe you, why would you come out? Relive that trauma, relive that experience, be blamed by the world that we live in, which is exactly why we need to change the minds of idiots like this guest and reform and restructure society as a whole to weed out this internalized misogyny and overt misogyny of men, and stop blaming victims. Thank you so much for the $10. Brittany, thank you so much for the $24 donation on PayPal. Let's get 200 Brittany W's. Thank you so much. Brittany with the 24 says, this woman makes me so upset. I'm sorry, but she went through that. But to deny others is disgusting. I don't ever talk about my violent rape, and that's my decision. That doesn't make me a liar. Thank you for being a feminist. I know that you read these on air. So I appreciate you so much for the love and support. Please show some love to Brittany down below in that comment section. Let's see here. Hannah, thank you for the $1. Aaron, thank you for the $3. Daniela, thank you so much for the $10. Shout out to you and your kids. I appreciate you guys. And Dorinda, thank you for the $20, who says, wish they'd sleuth this hard about their votes. Thank you so much for the $20, Dorinda. Show some love to Dorinda in that chat. And SJ, thank you so much for the $40 donation. Oh my God. I really appreciate you, SJ. SJ, you're the GOAT as always. You're always here showing up and showing out. Know that I really appreciate you, and thank you so much for supporting me in the stream. Please show some love to SJ down below in that comment section for the $40 donation. Thank you so very much. Huge shout out to SJ. That is a huge, huge, huge donation. On Super Chat, Naomi, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Naomi. 200 Naomi W's. Thank you for supporting me and what we do. Naomi says, hey, Dean, I took a small break from your streams, but last month was my 26th birthday, and I hope you had a good Mother's Day. Well, I wish you a very happy late 26th birthday, Naomi, and welcome back. I remember you. Vicky, thank you for the $20, who says, I worked at a grape center for 2 years. The majority of men and women who called the hotline had never told anybody in their lives. Grape culture rewards silence. It abso-fucking-lutely does, Vicky. That's what we were just talking about. That's an absolute fact. And it's so terrible to see this negative feedback loop continuing. Donkey, I appreciate you so much for another $50 donation on Super Chat. Let's get another 500 Donkey W's. Thank you so much. Donkey with the $50 says, you give me some hope for the future of the USA. Well, thank you so much for supporting me and what we do, supporting our work. I really appreciate you, Donkey. You are awesome. And I appreciate your kind words as well. Listen, we're just trying to make a better tomorrow for everybody. Elite, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. I appreciate you so very much for the love and support, Elite. And I'm very sorry to hear that happened to you. Same thing to you, Lexi. Thank you for the $10. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump, Miss Victim Blaming Idiot? Which is something I hate to call an old woman. It hurts me, but it's true.
On.
What's that?
Am I back on talking to you now?
Yeah.
Okay, why I support Trump. I think that the world knows that we're not going to put up with crap like we have in the past. And I don't think they're pushing us around quite as much as before. I think that Trump is, when he says something, he usually means it. Sometimes he lies, like when he said he wasn't posing as Jesus, he was posing as a doctor, which is ridiculous. He was lying. I mean, you can't worship Trump like a lot of people do. That's just stupid. I support Trump because he speaks his mind. He doesn't feel like he needs to do a bunch of word salad like Kamala did that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense anyway. And the Easter Bunny didn't have to lead him to and fro to get where he was going. Obama did crooked stuff like gun running and spying on Trump, and nobody gave a damn, basically. Hillary did bleach bit on her server and said, what do you mean, wipe it with a cloth? I mean, all that stuff's ridiculous. And Trump hasn't made those kind of claims, and it's refreshing. But now, is he perfect? No. Is he caring about our high prices like he promised he would? No. Is he sometimes is not obnoxious as hell? Yes. Is he a braggart, like I said before, and even a little perverted? Yes. He's treated all three of his wives poorly. That goes without saying. So to say he doesn't respect women, well, that wouldn't be a stretch, to say the least. But I didn't vote for him for his morals. If we're going to vote for morals, I wouldn't have picked him. And
so what's your favorite Trump policy?
My favorite Trump policy is foreign policy.
Which foreign policy?
The equaling out the trade deficits. That's my favorite policy of his.
So what's the issue with trade deficits?
I'm sorry, I was coughing. What'd you say?
What's the problem with trade deficits?
Because I don't think we need to be paying more to have our stuff bought. Say, I'm just using a country, say in China,
That's not what a trade deficit even is. Do you know what a trade deficit is?
I guess not, because I thought that was it.
So a trade deficit is when another country buys less from us than we buy from them. And by the way, when we are the richest economy on the face of planet Earth, we're clearly going to be buying more from other countries than they buy from us. Take Canada as a great example. Their economy is a lot smaller than ours, and their population is a lot smaller than ours. 40 million people compared to 350 million people. So, of course, we would naturally expect us to consume more from them than them to consume from us. And there's no issue with that whatsoever. None. And by the way that Donald Trump wanted to attack these trade deficits was with the use of illegal, unconstitutional tariffs that violated the law and penalized Americans by unconstitutionally charging us $92 billion that completely disrupted the markets and destroyed our economy, causing the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2010, the worst jobs report since 2003, ignoring recessions, and the highest level of inflation in groceries in a month in the last 4 years. We are not in a better place today because of it. Americans do not have a fairer deal today because of it, and our relationships with our allies are significantly worse off because of it. The only outcomes of his quote-unquote rebalance of the trade deficits has been pain and higher prices and less jobs for everybody. So no clue why you'd support it.
Well, as far as the allies, the Brits that let in tons of people and it's causing their country to go upended. They might not like us as well. Greenland might not like us as well, but Iran is cheering for him in the streets.
Oh, you mean the streets that are on fire? Like, no! No, not only are you pivoting away from the trade deficit thing, but you're also wrong here. Listen, I agree that some Iranians celebrated when we went after the Ayatollah.
You pivoted with the allies, and I'm going with the allies. That was your conversation. So
no, that was just a point about why tariffs were bad.
And Venezuela cheered for him when he took out their leader. So
yeah.
I guess it all depends on what allies you're talking about.
Yeah. So did the Iraqis and Afghanis cheer for America when we took out Saddam Hussein?
Yes.
And then 3 million Iraqis and Afghanis died through bloody civil war, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
So it didn't really work out in their favor.
But they were still glad Hussein was gone.
Yeah, but then they died. And see, that's kind of what happens when America takes out leaders of other countries. We greatly destabilize them, and we just end up killing a bunch of their citizens. That's what happened in the War of Terror. That's what's happening in Iran right now. The same streets that were flooded with Iranians celebrating the Ayatollah being killed the moment it happened were then empty the next day because a lot of the mothers were at home crying because we also killed 160 of their girls at an elementary school, or they literally couldn't go on the roads because they were filled with oil, rain, and fire because we blew up their oil depots. Blew up their oil depots.
As he hung a 19-year-old kid for protesting, as he murders women whose hair is hanging out of their jobs. Just leave him alone, because after all, war might kill somebody.
Well, I think the reason why the Ayatollah was there in the first place was because we didn't leave their governance alone. Are you familiar with Operation Ajax in 1953?
Yeah, and I'll agree with you there. Agree with you there.
The United States and the neocons in Congress have been wrong with every foreign policy-oriented decision that they've made in Congress over the course of the last 75 years. Every time it's, brutalistic dictator communists overseas, we need to go kill them, take them out, to then give their people prosperity. Okay, well then we end up going and we coup their leader and install our own, not for the purpose of prosperity, but rather for the purpose of furthering American interests, which then further destabilizes the region, creates a power vacuum, then leads to the overthrow of violent authoritarian regimes. Like, the Taliban is in charge of Afghanistan today because of this terrible U.S. interventionism overseas. And this is also why the vast majority of Americans don't support Donald Trump's war in Iran. It's only been bad for them, and it's bad for us. And, by the way, Donald Trump is not removing the oppressive IRGC regime. He's actively negotiating with them today. The same fuckers killing the women for having hair hanging out of the hijabs or throwing gay people off the top of the buildings will still be in power once this war in Iran is over, because Donald Trump is negotiating with them today to ensure that.
Ensuring that those same laws will stay in place? That's what you're telling me?
Yes, because his goal is not regime change. His goal is a denuclearization agreement because he realized that he fucked up when he pulled us out of the one that we already had under Obama.
Oh, so when Obama gave them back all their money, you're saying that they kept their word and wasn't trying to build a nuclear weapon, and they were maintaining exactly what they were supposed to be doing. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, they did not try to build a nuclear weapon. The IAEA has continually signed off on that. They never violated the agreement. We had a lot of oversight tools. They honored the agreement.
I disagree with giving Iran a bunch of their money back. That was a huge mistake.
Yeah. What's better, giving Iran their money back to denuclearize, or giving Iran a war that kills their kids, kills our troops, and increases the gas prices the most in a month they have since the Vietnam War, for them to denuclearize? Yeah, clearly giving them a little bit of their money back here is preferable. You're literally saying that like you would prefer kids to die than for the IRGC to have access to $400 million of your dollars. No, come on. That's legitimately what you're arguing.
Our bombs hit that school.
Sure we do. Yes, we do. Our military admitted to it. Our military admitted to it. Yes.
No.
Yes, our military admitted to it through preliminary investigation. They found that the Tomahawk that blew up the girls' school was U.S. built in Boulder, Colorado.
So our military
and the reason why it hit
school is what you're telling me.
And their explanation of why it hit the school and killed all the kids was outdated military intel.
Oh no, I don't think that's the truth. But anyway,
I know, because you don't believe facts that are inconvenient to your political narrative because you're brainwashed.
No, I don't believe facts presented by Dean Withers.
Well, they're not presented by me. They're presented by the military. You could find their preliminary military investigation on Reuters, the New York Times, the Washington Post. Fuck, I think that even Fox News reported on it.
I don't believe Fox News is no more reliable than CNN. Don't go there with me.
God.
Fox News is not a reliable news source.
Oh my God. Yeah, what do you believe? Trump's Truth Social feed?
No, I don't believe Trump's.
So just to clarify, do you believe Reuters? Do you believe AP?
Probably Reuters, yes.
So Reuters was the institution who broke this story. They broke the story that a U.S. Military investigation preliminary report takes blame for the Tomahawk that took out the elementary school.
Well, like I said, Dean, I didn't expect to get on tonight, or I would have looked some stuff up before I got on here with you. So it's hard to argue the point with you if I don't have something to back it up in front of me. But as of right now, I don't think that that's correct.
Yo,
but
Parker, bro, I'm sorry that I didn't see you in the queue. Low key, if you're in the queue and you want up, just shoot me a call.
Hey, Parker, I've been trying to talk to you too.
Oh, you're good, bro. Don't worry. I don't
Glad
mind.
to see you.
What's up? Have I debated you before?
No, I've been trying to get on your debate too.
You couldn't get on? I mean, I'm sorry that I missed you. Maybe I didn't see you, I guess.
Honest to God, as much as I disagree with you guys, I appreciate you giving me a voice. And Dean, you have been mostly decent to me, and I appreciate that. I really do.
I held back on you because you're a 60-year-old woman. But listen to what I'm saying here. All right? You have a lot of beliefs
Parker.
that are really bad, that are really disgusting. And there's a lot of internalized misogyny flowing through your veins.
Well, I do appreciate you giving me a voice, and I didn't expect us to agree. And there's a lot of what you say that and I'm not even going to bring the topic up because it'd be like pivoting, and that would be stupid. But a lot of what you say on abortion to me is nauseating. A lot of what you say on, a lot of stuff is nauseating. But I'm not going to tell you to shut the fuck up or tell you you're stupid or you're dumbass, like I've heard out of both of you guys before.
Right. Well, appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day, okay?
All right. See, Parker, I'll talk to you sometime. Thank you for your time.
Of course. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Bye. All right, folks. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here momentarily. Parker has found somebody in the queue that he would like us to bring up here for a little bit of a conversation. Personally, I think that they're quite nauseating. No way that they're still Trump supporters, so this may be rather a short dialogue, but I guess we'll see. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Lord T, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. You says, I hate to tell you, caller, but America is the bad guy. Stop living in your fucking bubble and grow up with your head in the sand. Everything that America does worldwide isn't sunshine and rainbows. So fucking true, Lord T. I appreciate you for the $10. Shady, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, please go away, you MAGA parrots. She's out of here, Shady. Thank you so much for the 10. Show some love to Shady down below in that chat. Thank you, you guys. On Venmo River, thank you for the $1. Law, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you, man. Let's get tuned to Law W's down below. Law with the 20 says, can't tell if this guest is a 60-year-old human or a Facebook MAGA meme page that became sentient and grabbed a mic at a town hall. Great work as always, friend. Well, thank you, Law. I appreciate you, dude. Feel free to come up whenever you want when we're talking about legal stuff. You're a great asset to the team. Paige, thank you for the $15, who says, quote-unquote, I never called it rape by Robin Warshaw is an amazing book that explores how the quote-unquote blurred line is rape, right? I'll have to check that out, Paige. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you for the $15 dono. Iris, thank you for the $20 donation, who says, you give me hope for our country and for the younger generation's future. Always, Dean. Oh, thank you, Iris. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate your love. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you for the $20 donation, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of the stream. Same thing to you, Macy. Macy, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Macy, I am going to go ahead and keep your donation message to myself just because we're moving on to the next discussion. I don't really want to trigger any members of the audience, but just know that I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, and thank you so much for the $20 donation. Grace, thank you for the $2. Ashley, thank you so much for the 5. And over on Super Chat, Nike, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars. Wow, Nike, that is so much money. Thank you so much for the support. Huge shout out to Nike down below in that chat. Thank you so very much for that love and support, Nike. Nike with a 50 says, Dean and Parker, Vegas or Colorado? Colorado. Who you cheering on for the Western Conference, for the Eastern, Montreal or Carolina? Who do you cheer for? Well, I am not even familiar with the Western Conference, so I don't think I'd be able to answer that question. But thank you. Thank you so much for the $50. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the GOAT. Over on PayPal, Yvonne and Aurelia, thank you both for the $5. Nathan, thank you for the 1. And last donation to read off for now, Miss Desiree, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Desiree. That is Desiree. Please show some love to Desiree down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you. Let's show some love to Desiree down below for that $50 dono. I'm very, very grateful for you. That is a shit ton of money. That goes a very long way. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Desiree. Now, Desiree, I did just start to read your message. I did see that you did want me to address you by your screen name because of the content of that message. I'm going to hold back on reading your message because I did call you Desiree. Go ahead and shoot me a message under that dono on PayPal if you're okay with me still yet reading your message, and I absolutely will. Thank you so much for the $50. Please show some love to all of the donors down below. If you want to support me, support the stream, help us to be able to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and the ats right there at Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Just make sure if you use the at compared to the link that you double check your spelling because there's a bunch of fake scamming Dean Withers accounts out there in Venmo and PayPal. Christy, welcome in. Are you still the Trump supporter, dude?
I'm not, but I actually have a question for you and Parker.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up. It's good that you're no longer a Trump supporter. It's good to hear that she's no longer MAGA. It kind of sucks that she had to wait all that time just to get kicked. I guess I'm going to go to put the rules back up. Christy, I actually feel bad because you waited a long time, but those are the rules. I'll put the rules back up on the phone screen so we don't create any more Christies. You have to be MAGA if you're inside of that queue. Once again, Christy, I'm sorry. I actually kind of feel bad. You waited a long time, but we're just looking for Trump supporters. Spurlock, do you support Trump? Spurlock going once? Going twice? Spurlock! This guy's been up here before. I know he's MAGA. But I guess he's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Mr.
How have
Parker.
your debates been today outside of everything so far? I haven't seen them quite yet. I was posting my videos.
That last lady was really our only debate so far of the day. And we're nearly 2 hours in. We had her up for a while. We haven't really had too many conversations outside of that. They've been, I don't know, the queue's been a little bit weird today. Welcome in. How we doing? What's up? Keeping it real. Do you support Trump?
Oh,
Keeping it real?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I didn't know you had brought me up.
Oh, no worries, man. Are you MAGA?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm sorry for being here. But
Love it, man. No worries. No worries. Love that, love that, love that. We are just looking for Trump supporters, so we're going to go to kick you and move on, but you take care. I guess Christy is upset in the comment section because we wouldn't talk to her. Listen, would Chick-fil-A sell you a tire? No. Would Chuck E. Cheese sell you a new car?
They would sell. She's saying it has to do with Trump. We only debate people who support Trump. What?
Somebody in the comment section said that makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense to try to buy a car from Chuck E. Cheese. The same way it makes no sense to try to debate Dean unless you're a Trump supporter. That's just who we're looking for. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Moles loading up in that queue, folks. You guys saw
Dean, you're running for not going off topic and debating someone on a topic that is not related to the stream.
Actually, so true. Undeniably true. So true. So true. Welcome into Sport Trump. Oh, they left. Hey, Nikki, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Thank you, Nikki. Let's get 250 Nikki W's in that chat. Nikki with the 25 says, I appreciate your debates. They've helped me be more confident to share truth with people. Going through a self-discovery period, and it's so hard to realize that so many people lack empathy and the ability to truly self-reflect. I know, right, Nikki? It's bad. Listen, it's bad. We live in a country, morons. Low-key, guys. Before I started doing these streams on a daily basis, I thought Americans were smarter. Admittedly, I did. I thought that people were more rational, were more intelligent, were more empathetic, and that is false. Not true at all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Catherine?
Daddy did.
Moving on to the next guest, we got Jake Jarrell loading up in that queue. Lisa, thank you for the $10, who says it's Jill all over again. It's like women of this guest generation were told it's their fault when it happens to them, so they applied that to other victims. Stop the cycle. I know we do need to stop that cycle, right, Lisa? Thank you for the $10. Welcome in, Jake. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Jake, man, that's really embarrassing, frankly. Trump is the worst president of your life. Our economies in the shitter, countries in the trash. How do you still support this maniac?
Well, I just have a different kind of support for Trump. I think that he's the greatest thing to happen to our country because I'm done with capitalism.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think that he's expediting the end of it.
Yeah, listen, dude, I take this as like the most privileged position known to mankind. You're done with the human rights exploitation of capitalism. Therefore, you're going to make somebody president that's going to exploit more human rights of more people. So then, like, more people are anti-capitalist.
Also, like, socialism is not coming soon. Like, where do you see that socialism is coming? If you have a vacuum of power, inevitably, it would be more likely in this country right now that fascists would use their access to power to be able to take control quicker. There is literally not an institution of power that socialists have developed to be able to even fulfill that vacuum of power.
Karl Marx would not agree with you, young man.
Bloody revolution is coming, and I'm for it.
Okay. Are you a man?
Yes, sir.
Are you cis?
Yes, sir.
Are you straight?
Almost.
Okay. Are you white?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you notice here how it seems like every single group of people who's being targeted, oppressed, persecuted, killed, denied access to healthcare, denied human rights, doesn't apply to you?
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
So, like, I don't know, man. You're sitting here from all of these protected classes, not being personally impacted by the Trump administration in the same way that people of color, immigrants, women, trans people, gay people are. And yet you're sitting here saying that, well, all of these, brown people need to be tortured in CCOT. All of these women need to be denied access to abortion even when they're impregnated from rape and 14 years old. All of these trans people need to be designated as terrorists, classified under the kill zone of the Trump admin, and denied access to various rights, such as competed in the military. So then we could have this revolution. It's just, it's a privileged take, dude. It's very privileged.
Dean, don't forget about the 14 million people that are going to die by 2030 because of the Doge cuts to U.S. aid.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have happened if Democrats were in office, according to a Lancet study.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is support of someone is so bad at the job that we all realize that everything is wrong, and and the whole system we have is set up is terrible. And then the quicker that we end it, the more people that we save from suffering under this nonsense.
Okay, Jake. I disagree with you. Parker only has a little bit less left on the live, so we're going to try to leave that space to Trump supporters, so hopefully he could hop into a debate here. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. If you want to support me, folks, if you want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok.
Who do you think should run in the next election?
Pin
for the
message
Democrats?
on that other place. And right there, that's at the top. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure to double check your spelling. There's a bunch of fake scammers out there. Dude. Oh my god. Yo, dude, peep this account's profile picture, guys. Hopefully they like load in for and stay for long enough for y'all to see it. Zoe, thank you for the galaxy. Did you see it, Parker?
No, I didn't see it.
I need to know who it is. I need to know who it is. I need it. There's somebody who creates a fake account every day, or sometimes even twice a day, with a new like AI shitty generated image of me doing like wild shit, and they're always like the worst photos ever. And I wish I could find a way to share them with the class, but they always like leave before they load in and you guys could see their PFPs. They do it just so I could see them. It's fucked, man. User, welcome in. Do you support Trump? User going once. Going twice. Sold to the next guest. We got Joanne Monroe loading up in. Hey, Kristen. Kristen. Appreciate you for that $15 dono on PayPal. Shout out to you. Kirsten with a 15 says, quick question. What do you guys think of the young Kennedy and why? Sharing some of my birthday money. Oh, appreciate you so much for that love. From what I know about them, they seem chill. I don't think I've looked into them enough. I'll definitely be doing that a little bit more. I'm not going to lie, though. I'm not really a big fan of like the political family dynasties. You know, I personally am not a big fan at all. I don't know. I kind of get weirded out by it, regardless of it's on the right or the left. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2006, March 8th.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life that's just been destroying this country and committing new insane forms of corruption every day? Like most recently with getting the IRS to stop auditing him and his family members forever. Like that is so corrupt. Not only is this a new system of justice where the law applies to you, me, and Parker and everybody else, but not to Trump, but also like every president throughout history is audited by the IRS once a year to ensure that our leaders are following the law. But now he can never be audited by the IRS ever again for all the taxes that he's paid up until this point in time.
Yeah, I heard about that. I actually don't really have much of an opinion on that. I'm really sorry. Not really smart on economics. I'm terrible.
So what are you smart on?
I wanted to talk about maybe foreign policy.
Everybody supports Trump because of his foreign policy. Nobody supports Trump because of his domestic policy. Like, fuck America.
America first, right? America first.
Yeah.
They're so focused on America, Dean.
They're so focused on America.
They're more focused on this country than they're focused on foreign countries, right?
I know. We've been live for 2 hours. I still haven't heard an argument that Trump is good for this country because of his domestic policy. 2 hours.
Actually, I wanted to see if you would...
Let me just ask you this question. Let's cut to the chase. What is one way Trump has made this country better in the last year and a half?
I think honestly, I don't like how he's been doing it. I don't think he's the same guy who came down. I'm on the fence, and I joined because I wanted to see if you could change my mind.
Okay, well, so like what specifically changes your mind on foreign policy to get you to support Trump?
I kind of feel a little bit lied to. I voted for Trump because he told me that... I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. He told me that, I don't really like NATO. I want to get out of NATO. And,
Why? Yeah.
Because I feel like they're stealing a lot of money from America.
Okay.
How? We're
only 16% of NATO funding. What people say is that we spend most of the NATO funding is our defense budget, which is what Trump is going to increase regardless of whether or not we're in NATO. He wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget on a yearly basis. So this whole argument that we are putting so much into NATO, they're not putting much into us, that's actually because of the fact that we're doing a defense budget, and that's internally for our country and what our budget establishes.
Also, NATO is important, right? You understand the reason why NATO exists is to prevent the Soviet Union from rebuilding. Right now, Putin is trying to rebuild the Soviet Union.
I don't know.
It's a pretty bad time to pull out.
I'm a bit of a... you know, I don't. I'm fuck Europe. You know, I want to focus on.
I think he's trolling. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now. Have all of your guests been of like the same, like super low quality? Is this just me?
I've been getting more trolls, but I mean, I think I do get a good amount of debates still.
Okay.
I don't know. I have been getting like I'll get trolls for a bit, but then they get bored, so they stop, and then I'll get debates.
Based. Welcome in, Renegade. Do you support Trump? Renegade going once, going twice. Bannon sold to the next debater. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in that box. We got Sophia Angel connecting to the stream over on Venmo. Miss Michaela, thank you for the $15 dono, who says, longtime viewer and the last guest made me cry TBH. Don't tell SA victims how to act or feel. I don't have a lot of support during mine. I'm so sorry, Michaela. Thank you so much for the $15. I'm so sorry that last guest made you cry. She was ridiculous. Sophia, do you support Trump?
Please. Please.
I'm going to take that as a no. Sophia, all the love in the world to you. Shout out to Sophia down below in that comment section. She sounded like a really kind individual. You have a good rest of your day, Sophia. Huge shout out to you. Huge shout out to you. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now.
I'm probably going to have to go before we get the debate.
Oh, no. No. Okay. All right.
It's okay. No worries. I was just here to hang out, okay?
Yeah, you're just hanging out with us on the panel. Jacob, do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm gonna eat your poop.
Moving on to the next guest, we got Chelsea Amber loading up in the box. Once again, thank you, Michaela, for the $15, and over on PayPal, thank you, Kamara, for the $5. And oh my goodness, dude, let me load this up real quick. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, is it me who's on?
Yeah.
Cool. So, honestly, I just wanted to say I'm typically Republican, but you are someone I follow, and everything that you say makes me question things and research things a bit more. I didn't think I would end up coming through, but I just want to say I have a lot of respect for you, and I appreciate how you make me question things and research things.
I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Did you join today for a debate about your support for Trump?
No, I didn't think it was going to actually go through. I've never gone live. So
Okay, no worries. Well,
Yeah,
I guess I
but thank
appreciate
you.
for your kind words, and you have a good rest of your day. I will very politely ask everybody in the queue to please leave the queue unless you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Follow the rules of the live stream. Follow the rules of the live stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've spent a while trying to find a guest, you guys. It's honestly taken quite a long time, guys, just to try to find one Trump supporter who's down to debate. Parker's been up here for close to 20 minutes now, and we haven't been able to find one in the 20 minutes that Parker's been up here. I appreciate everyone for your patience. I really do. Over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Akora. That's the name. Akora. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, Akora. Let's get 500 Akora W's down below. That is AKORA. Thank you so much for the love and support. And Akora has a message here that I'd like to read off. Akora with the $50 says, tell this lady that I'm also survivor of child SA repeatedly. This was a message that Akora sent back when we were connected to the crazy lady defending SA. I was one of the ones who actually did come out when I was still a little girl. I was put through deposition trials and was still to be told no one believed me because he was rich. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. That is an experience that nobody, including especially little girls, ever deserve to live. And I'm just so sorry to hear that happened to you. And I wish that more people could hear that story and understand that this is a real issue that we have in this country. It's a fucking epidemic.
Yeah, no, I threw that shit away.
Ashley
so bad.
Carway, do you support Trump?
Yes, Ashley.
Okay, it doesn't seem like Ashley knows that she's on the live. Once again, Akora, thank you so much for the support, and I'm absolutely so sorry to hear that you had to endure that. That is sick. We're gonna go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now, guys. Please only join that queue of your MAGA followers. I'm honestly getting a bit tired out, folks. Welcome to D Sport Trump. It looks like Pamela's also getting pretty tired out. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Oh boy. Parker, I'll be seeing you soon, man.
Yeah, I can't wait, bro. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it'll be super fun. Can't wait.
Dude, I can't wait. I got something else to tell you that's coming soon too.
Oh,
like,
sick.
very, very soon, bro.
Awesome.
And I told you about it already, so I think you'll know what I'm saying just based upon that.
Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait to know what you're referencing. Hey, Christina, do you support Trump? Going once, going twice, banned, sold to the next guess. Dude, holy shit. We're dying out here. I don't have fun when this happens. I don't have fun. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Taylor? Taylor? Dude. 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 Oh my god. Whoa, that's a pretty quick turnaround time. Low key.
I know, right?
Yeah. That's good. I'm excited for that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the queue right now, guys. Maybe there's just like literally nobody left to debate. Stunna, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Oh, what month?
August.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know. He just makes my life so much simpler.
Yeah, can you please disconnect your phone from Bluetooth so we could hear you a little bit better?
Bluetooth?
Yeah, you got us on Bluetooth. Your mic's a little bit muffled because of it. Man, I'm tired today, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty tired. I didn't get too much sleep last night, so
Is that better?
that's definitely the cause. I mean, it's good enough. So you said that he's made your life easier. How?
Basically, like, after the laws he passed, in my job personally, I've gotten a pay raise that's directly affected by it.
Okay, so what law did Trump pass that gave you a pay raise? He left. Nice. Super cool. Let's go to get the next guest, Sarah Parker, loaded up into the box. These debates are great, everybody. Yippee! Parker, that was the first debate since you've been on the stream. How exciting was that?
Let's go! Woo!
Yippee! Sarah, do you support Trump? Uh-huh. I see. Where are they, bro? Oh my god. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? No, Kira just left as well. This is so fun. Wow. So fun, everybody. Meep, do you support Trump? No, Meep. Wow, Meep left too. Wow, super fun. Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Then get the fuck out of my queue, dude. Yuppie, super fun. Maya, do you
Dean,
support
why do
Trump?
you pretend to care about marginalized groups and American citizens?
That's like somebody asking, does your mom know you're gay, to a straight person? Because if they answer yes to that question, that implies that they are gay and their mom knows it. If they answer no to that question, that implies that they are gay but their mom doesn't know it. Meanwhile, the whole time they're not gay, they're straight. So that's a pretty bad faith question, Maya.
But it's not, though.
So proof that I don't care about marginalized communities, please and thank you.
I'll give you one example. Excuse me, I have social anxiety, so sorry, but that one live with Athena about Charlie Kirk and everything, I don't mean to bring that up, and that's really not what I'm trying to talk about. But while she was on live, she was being very respectful to you, and she asked a simple question over and over again, which you did not answer. She never told you that she didn't like that you cried. Mainly, people didn't care about that. What we cared about was you telling marginalized groups, people you've oppressed in the past, and I don't care about that either. Honestly,
I would assume
apologize,
that
I
you.
get the-
I would assume that you haven't watched my live stream on the subject matter. What I'd recommend
No,
doing
but I
is
have, and I
going on
watch
my
you
YouTube
every
channel.
day. I watch you every day. So,
So
can I
Maya,
please speak?
what I'd recommend doing is going to my YouTube channel, going to lives, sorting
I
by
subscribe
most
to you.
popular, and then watching the top one there. It has 186 views. It's called Discussing the Controversy. It's 7 minutes long. We go over all of this. Snooze fest. Holy shit.
Okay, so what you're saying is you never said that you didn't tell marginalized groups that they should not be okay with their oppressor dying, even though you have no place to tell people that have experienced oppression that you've oppressed to tell them anything. You have no place in that. So I don't understand why you did so.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm snoozing over here. Geez, it's just been like a broken record on a repeat for the last year and a half. Yeah, listen. So what I said, you asked me to let you speak. I'm gonna ask you to let me speak. So yeah, what I said is that
the privilege is showing for real.
No, I think it's the annoyance that's showing, because I just hear the same thing.
Yeah, you're annoyed.
And
I get
probably
that.
will be for the rest
I get
of
why
my life.
Annoyed. We know
Listen, I'm gonna put you on mute so I can respond. So yeah, what I said in the moment of is that it's like a bad thing to celebrate this, and I said that was true for everybody, including members of marginalized communities, because of the shocking, jarring, emotional reaction that I had to what occurred, for like a plethora of reasons that I've addressed time and time again, ranging from, regardless of the fact that I didn't like him, I knew him personally because I met him personally, therefore I humanized him, and that's something I couldn't opt out of. And seeing somebody that I knew get shot in the neck and bleed out from their jugular was very emotionally shocking. It led me to be in the moment very disgusted with like any celebration of it, because in my mind I just couldn't separate a celebration of the literal gruesome facts of his assassination, like the blood rushing out of his neck and my buddy Parker down here running away, screaming, crying, FaceTiming me because he thought he was a part of a school shooting, to being just happy that, you know, we no longer have this oppressive force roaming around university campus to university campus, turning the youth into Nazis.
I don't care that you cried.
Right.
I don't care.
But I'm not saying that listen. I'm not saying that you care about me crying. I'm explaining the emotional state that I was in and why I was in the emotional state and why that emotional state led to me saying that it's completely disgusting or whatever to like celebrate or be alleviated with this, because I couldn't disconnect a feeling of alleviation between him no longer being on college campuses indoctrinating our youth to be Nazis or whatever, and that feeling of alleviation or celebration consequential of the gruesome facts of the assassination.
Okay, and I understand that. And like I said, I'm subscribed to you. I watch you. But
if you understood that, then you wouldn't be accusing me of not caring about marginalized communities. So clearly you don't.
You did this with Athena too. You kept claiming that we care that you cried, that we're upset that you cried. We don't care. If you want to mourn for Charlie, if you want to mourn for any of it, I truly, that's you. I understand. But you told specifically marginalized groups that if you're okay with this, you're a bad person. And you told her, I think, no, you said it's normal to feel these feelings. It's normal to cry about something like this. So what? Marginalized groups aren't normal people. They're bad people. Like, this is, you specifically mentioned marginalized groups, Dean. That's what I'm talking about.
So I think that marginalized groups were specifically mentioned to me, and then I held to the blanket position that it's like a bad thing to like be alleviated or to feel some sense of celebratory rain from what occurred. And I just explained to you why I gave this shocking reaction in the moment of, right? It had to do with the emotional state that I was in, where I literally couldn't make... Okay,
you're going in circles.
I'm not going in circles.
This is exactly what you did with Athena. You're not listening. You're not understanding what I'm saying. No, you're not, because you're not even addressing the point that I was
So the point that you're making that you'd like me to address is, well, why did I tell members of marginalized communities that it's like a bad thing to celebrate what happened to Kirk, and how that is really bad for me to do because Kirk's their oppressor, he hurts marginalized communities on a daily basis, and how there could be some legitimate sense of vindication and celebration taken away from the fact that Charlie Kirk is no longer going campus to campus. Did I adequately and correctly represent the point at which you're trying to make, Maya?
You also oppress them, so you have no place to tell them how they should feel, what they should feel. And
so that's a separate point altogether.
No. I explained it in the first point. I said it. I said
so
you
did I correctly represent your point about Charlie Kirk? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No, because you're saying that.
How did I incorrectly represent your point about Charlie Kirk, Maya?
Because my first point was saying that you, as their oppressor, were telling them, because you've oppressed them before, so you have no place. You have no place to tell them how they should feel, how they should react to their oppressor dying.
Yeah. Listen, I've tried to respond to this 3 times already. I'm going to try to respond to it a 4th. So the first 50% of my response is me explaining to you why I gave that reaction. Okay.
Okay, your comments are saying neither should I, baby.
I'm gonna put you on mute so I could respond, Maya. So the first 50% of my response is to explain to you why I gave that reaction. You know, why was I like, hey, nobody has any place to be like celebrating or to feel like better because of what happened to Kirk. And if you do like feel alleviated, if you are celebrating, you're a bad person. Why did I give that reaction? Because of the emotional state that I was in. I could not separate between a sense of celebration or alleviated stress from the fact that Charlie Kirk would no longer be visiting college campuses and indoctrinating our youth, from celebrating the literal gruesome facts of his assassination. And it would shock the fuck out of me because I watched somebody that I knew, even though I didn't like them, get their jugular split open in front of my friend who was running away screaming and crying because he thought he was a part of a school shooting.
We heard
I'm going to meet
this.
you again, Maya. So, like, that emotional reaction entailed that people who were celebrating were, like, celebrating that, like, Parker running away thinking he was going to be killed. People were celebrating 500 people watching some dudes getting their jugular split open. And that was the emotional state that I was in that then led to that reaction. But as you just interrupted me to say, that's not what people were happy or alleviated about. And that's something that I recognize today. In fact, that's something that I recognized 8 months ago in the video that I told you to watch on my YouTube channel, right? And this is where nuance is important. The reason I gave that was because of an emotional response immediately to the aftermath of what happened. But after being able to calm down and think about things rationally, I was able to separate the fact that many people on the internet, including myself to an extent now, feel alleviated by the fact that Charlie Kirk can no longer visit college campuses and indoctrinate the youth. And in fact, that's a very valid reaction for individuals to have. So I hope that you understand my point. I don't think that you do, because I don't think that you're listening to me, because you interrupted me like 4 times.
Okay, no. The only reason I did was because I thought you were trying to misread my words or put words in my mouth. But I understand. I need to go watch that video. I'll do what you said. But you need to control your audience, because most of your audience, not most, a lot of your audience.
Oh my God.
Are,
you need to control 20,000 people. What a stupid statement. I'm sorry. What a stupid statement.
Post the video. Do something, because your audience genuinely. And this is what I don't like about the left side of the whole thing is y'all pretend to care about marginalized groups. Yet when we speak out, when we try and talk about how we feel about the situation, it's always, oh, you're just being dramatic. You're putting yourself in this victim mindset. It's really, it's like this internalized racism you guys have. And I don't blame you guys for it. And I can see that you're annoyed by me saying that. I don't know why, because it's true. But I get it. We live in a society, especially in America, where y'all were taught racism. I
just disagree with you. I don't think that any sense of internalized racism had anything to do with the emotional reaction that I took away from watching somebody that I knew, regardless of the fact that I didn't like him, get fucking killed by being shot in the jugular. Like, internalized racism had nothing to do with that.
I'm talking about your audience, Dean.
Okay.
Every time a black person speaks out about you not truly understanding or trying to understand, or like seeming annoyed every time we try to talk to you about it, that's the problem.
Okay.
Truly.
Well, here's what I'll say. Here's what I want to say. Listen, I do agree, especially when we're looking at like large groups, that there's going to be particular like anti-black biases that exist within those large groups. Of course, I accept that. I think that systemic racism exists.
The N-word, by
Clearly,
the way.
I accept that.
Saying...
Oh my God. Okay. All right.
No.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop reading the comments because they keep saying stuff that's just.
Okay, I'm gonna put you back on mute, Maya. But people like feeling annoyed because you are choosing to still yet beat a dead horse like a year later on a topic that is so easily understood is annoying. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Yes, it's annoying as hell for you and many other people to suggest that I don't care about marginalized communities because I had an emotional reaction to something that clearly warrants an emotional reaction. And then days later, recognized that the emotional reaction was misled and publicly addressed that. And my public address to that still lives on the internet to this very day as my top watched live stream VOD on my YouTube channel, cool. Right? That's the annoying part.
Okay, and I understand that. But what I'm talking about now is I'm trying to get you and your white audience to understand. And when I say white, I'm not meaning like, I'm not trying to, I'm half white. My mother's white. I'm not trying to say like white people are bad, white people are all racist. But y'all have to understand that there are things y'all are never going to truly feel. Y'all are never going to truly be impacted by. And so the things that you say and the fact that you represent this whole political side community, like you represent it, and I actually like your lives. I watch them, I laugh at them, I laugh at the stupid maggot people, whoever. What I want y'all to understand is that even though you could never truly understand, at least be empathetic.
Want to clarify that my audience is not all whites. In fact, my audience is comprised of multiple cultures, multiple ethnicities, multiple races, multiple nationalities. So that suggestion actually undermines the members of the audience.
Never said they were all white.
And which
Never
is not
said
white.
that.
Now, the second thing.
Never said that.
Now, the second thing that I'll move on here to say is, do you take back your claim that Dean Withers does not care about marginalized communities?
You know what? I will. But what I can say also,
I appreciate you for
is
that.
you need to start talking. You need to start talking to them more. I think you do. I think you need to stop talking to Trump supporters. They're stupid. We already understand that. We get that. You've been doing this for how many years? I don't know. I think you need to start talking to people who are actually being oppressed by Donald Trump, who are actually living through it. You know, like immigrants, or illegal immigrants, legal immigrants.
Okay, I'm just first going to give you a suggestion. It's actually a really bad thing to platform an undocumented immigrant that's announcing they're an undocumented immigrant on a live stream in front of 20,000 people, because it puts their personal safety at jeopardy. Now, here's what I will say also. You told me that I should stop debating Trump supporters. I find that to be an incredibly poor suggestion. Listen, there's a reason why Donald Trump's support went from winning the popular vote in the general election in 2024 to now only being supported by 36% of Americans today. And it's because of conversations like these. It's because of the shocking reaction that many Americans have had to the total destruction and warpath of tyranny that we've seen from the Trump administration. But there's still 36% of us that are too propagandized or too stupid in order to see that light. And these live streams help people see that light by giving it to them in a way that they could understand, or presenting it to them in so many different ways, i.e. all of these different counter arguments to all these different positions, that helps people open their eyes, right? Like, I think it was less than 10 minutes ago that we had a Republican Christian woman join this live stream, say, Dean, I'm usually Republican, but I listen to a lot of what you have to say, and that she didn't want to debate me on her being a Trump supporter, so I don't think that she's a Trump supporter. Maybe that was because of some influence from this live stream, or the fact that a couple months ago we had a 16-year-old girl join this live stream tell me that they were raped and impregnated, and their parents were banning them from accessing abortion. They simply wouldn't let her do it. But then, after giving her parents the link to my live stream, I was able to change her parents' mind into accepting a belief that it is okay for rape victims to access abortion. And then that 16-year-old went and got an abortion. I don't think it's as easy as saying that we need to stop having these conversations with people on the other side of the aisle. I think that they're so very, very important for the future of this world and for the liberation of marginalized communities in this country. But to your suggestion that we should spend more time talking to members of marginalized communities, I'm absolutely on board with that. The one issue that I've had is just simply making friends on this platform, people that I'm comfortable enough to the extent of being willing to invite them into my space. And this isn't exclusive to marginalized communities. This is actually just inclusive of everybody. There's been so many friends that I've gotten comfortable enough to a point to invite them up into my space in the past that have burned the fuck out of me. Yes, I'm talking about you, Tashika. I'm talking about you, AJ.
Oh, I hate
I'm
her.
talking about you, QB. I'm talking about literally 70% of all the people that have ever befriended on this damned platform have in one way turned out to literally be a pedophile or have attempted to burn the shit out of me. So I'm kind of done opening my circle. Hopefully I find a way to change that in the future. But for now, I don't want to get burned again. But we're going to go back to the debates with the Trump supporters. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. The door's kind of been closed on, me making new friends and becoming comfortable with people on live to the extent of being willing to accept them into my space. And if you've been watching for years, you know why. Maybe to some of the newer members of the audience, that tunes into the live streams. Y'all don't know the lore there, but for people who've been watching for 2, 3, 4 years now, you've seen me befriend so many people, have them on the live stream, and then it's just turned into an absolute shit show. Legitimately tragic. Let's go to get that next guest. Load it up into that queue. Only hop into that box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Somebody in the chat says been watching since AJ. Ooh, yeah, you've been watching for a long time. Welcome in, Julian. Do you support Trump?
I love you.
Thanks, Julian. We're going to go ahead and hop back into those debates, guys. Please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue right now. Please do follow our rules, folks. We are specifically looking for Trump supporters to bring up here to have a debate with about why they are MAGA. I would really appreciate it if you guys could follow the rules of the live stream, please, and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they left. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Hey, thank you so much for the $10. The last second hero. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who says, I believe you honestly do make it explicit that you don't want people that follow you to harass or threaten people from your lives. However, I do think that some of them are too stupid to understand you. Yeah, no, plus it's like inevitably, right? I could like hopefully attempt to influence the actions of others to be better and condemn them when they're bad. But like, there's just not a scenario where any one person will be able to control a group of like 30,000, right? That's a little bit insane to suggest. Girl, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Who says, caller redirect your energy. Infighting on the left is harmful. People like you hold us back. Well, I appreciate you for the $10. That's very kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that we have a couple people to thank on Venmo and PayPal. Then we're ready to hop into that next debate. Amanda, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Amanda W's down below. Amanda with a 20 says, don't feel bad, Dean. This just means that you've cooked so many. There are barely any left. You're doing great things for the world. Thank you so much, Amanda. No, I know, right? It is so hard to find Trump supporters to join. And in the moment, that'll be annoying. But in all reality, that just means that there's no Trump supporters left. Thank you, Amanda. Joshua, thank you for the $5. And Jose, thank you so much for the $56 and the 56 cents. Man, thank you so much for that fucking love, dude. Show some love to Jose down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much, man. That is unreal. I would like to preface that Jose sent this in 24 minutes ago, talking about the first lady who joined our live stream, the 60-year-old rape apologist, not the last guest. Jose with a $56 says, for Dean, that senior citizen lady is horrible because she herself, a victim, chooses to perpetuate the crime with her cult support of Trump. I know, it's so sad to see, Jose. Genuinely, man. It's good to see you today, and thank you for the $56. Antonio, I appreciate you so much for the $10. God, because of that, Antonio, I can't read your message. I'm so sorry, man. Only Antonio knows what I mean when I say that. We're gotta move on. Thank you for the $10, dude. Dennis, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, 58-year-old black male, I watch you daily. This girl's mad issues. Well, I appreciate you so much for the $20, Dennis. Let's get to our Dennis W's. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 Canadian over on Super Chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it's good to see that Alberta is spiraling and likely won't be able to concede from Canada. That's always a good thing to hear. Thank you so much for the $20 Canadian, Vanessa. Kathy, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you. Brad, welcome in. Are you MAGA?
Holy. Yeah, Dean, I'm MAGA.
Okay, could you take me off of your car's Bluetooth?
Sure.
All right, Beta Brad. All right, Beta
How's
Brad.
that?
That's good, Beta Brad. Here's a good question for you, Beta Brad. What is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
Dean, do you get sick of like leftist marginalized people coming up here and calling you racist and like, crying the race card?
Oh my God, Beta Brad.
Doesn't that get exhausting for you, dude?
Beta Brad, listen, it's funny because I agree that Maya was a person of color. Okay, but for you to say that she did that because she was a person of color is the same stereotyping that prejudiced white Americans do on a daily basis. Okay? Like, never, Beta Brad, have you ever suggested that because I have white people come up on my live stream and argue that it's actually okay that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, oh, Dean, do you ever get
Weird.
sick of white people defending rape?
Perfect.
But as soon as
Let's
it's like
talk
a
about
black
Eugene
woman
Carroll.
who, like,
Let's
you
talk
know,
about Eugene
admittedly
Carroll.
did make a bad point, it's because she's a black woman. That's actually an
talk about
example of the
Eugene
way that the way that society demonizes marginalized communities.
I don't care.
But I want you to answer my question, Beta Brad. What is one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
No, I'd like to talk about Eugene Carroll. You brought it up. You brought it up.
You're not going to answer the question?
No, let's talk about Eugene Carroll.
Wait, let's roll back the clip on this VOD. What's the first thing that we're going to hear? We're going to hear Dean saying, Beta Brad, what's one macroeconomic variable that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
And then I brought up your marginalized warrior coming up
pivoting away from the question.
And crying, Dean, you're racist.
Right. Pivoting away from the question. I then sat that shit down, and then I asked you the question again. Then what do you say? Then what do you say after I answered the question the second time?
Let's talk about Eugene Carroll.
Sure, after you answered the question, Beta Brad.
No, I'm good.
You seem to be running. You seem to be running, Brad.
Hey, if you don't want to talk about Eugene Carroll, you can drop me.
Okay, so just to clarify, you are not going to answer the question that I asked you.
I'm going to pivot to Eugene Carroll. How's that?
Does this mean that there's not one singular macroeconomic variable that's better off today under Trump?
Nope, that's making an assumption.
Okay, wait. I'm actually gonna posit a claim here. There is not one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today under Trump than it was under Biden a year and a half ago. Prove me wrong.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about Eugene Carroll?
No, I'm down to talk about Eugene Carroll. We talk about her every day. I just want to ensure that you could first answer the question that I asked you the moment you loaded into the live stream.
No,
and you seem that you don't want to be answering it. Then I took away the assumption this means that there isn't one better. So you have no interest in talking about the state of the American economy?
No interest in talking about that right now.
So you don't have an interest in talking about the economy. Wow, Beta Brad. That's pretty beta of you.
No, right now I want to talk about Eugene Carroll.
Yeah, and that's because Donald Trump is terrible for the economy, right?
I have no interest in talking about the U.S. economy at this point
because
in time. I want to talk about Eugene. Bad. Didn't tell you why. The reason I want to talk about Eugene Carroll.
Well, okay. So why do you want to talk about Eugene Carroll, but you don't want to talk about the economy?
Because, Dean, every one of your conversations always comes back to you bringing up the backstage of a beauty pageant, Eugene Carroll, and Trump being a pedo.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. So actually, yesterday on the live stream, we didn't talk about the dressing rooms or rape once. Brad, listen, here's the thing. The reason why I asked you about the American economy is because I have not had a singular guest in the 2 hours and 23 minutes that I've been live today come up onto this live stream and defend Donald Trump's domestic policy. Legitimately, none of you fucking cretins can sit here and tell me that this man is a good president in the slightest. And now that Donald Trump has proven that beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, tanked our economy, caused the largest increase in the price of gas in a month since Vietnam, caused the highest grocery price increase in a month in 4 years, given us the worst jobs report since 2003, when Biden added millions of jobs to the economy in the year following, and has just completely destroyed investment into manufacturing as well, which has now caused the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010. Our country is in a place of dire disaster and need of legitimate, competent leadership for the betterment of the people. But instead we have some fucking buffoon running around barring the federal government from ever investigating him for any tax fraud up until this point in his life, and his families and his companies ever again, right? So that's why when you come up here, you'd rather get bogged down in all these other things unrelated to his domestic policy, like his foreign policy or even his character, right? Like if you were to ask a Trump supporter about Trump's character a year ago, they would have said, I want to talk about how he's a great president through his policy because his personal characteristics are different than his policy. But now that his policy is so fucking bad, you have no option but to just sit here and ignore his domestic policy, ignore the economy, and then run fucking sophistry and defense for rape and sexual abuse, since those are the only conversations that you think you could have. So that is exactly why I asked you the question that I did, because not one Trump supporter in the last 2 hours and 24 minutes has been able to answer it. Name one macroeconomic variable that is better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden.
The stock market, Dean.
So the stock market is not a macroeconomic variable. Macroeconomic variables...
The stock market is doing great.
Okay, so the stock market is not a macroeconomic indicator / variable. The reason why I say that is because macroeconomic indicators are things in which could inform us about the health of the economy at large. And
okay,
an macroeconomic variable would be things...
Dean, hold on. So there's no correlation between the stock market, the health of the stock market, and the nation as a whole?
So
like
the question isn't... Well, that's the thing. The question is not about correlates. It's about causation. So macroeconomic variables are things such as inflation, GDP growth, real median wages, jobs reports, because all of these things cause the health of the economy to be better or worse. But when we're talking about the stock market, the stock market can be caused to perform better or worse based on these macroeconomic variables, but not in all circumstances because of things such as bubbles. So because you could have bubbles in the stock market and you could have a booming stock market with a destroyed economy, it's not necessarily a macroeconomic variable.
Okay, got it. So I already established at the beginning of this conversation that I have no interest in having that conversation with you. If you don't want to talk about E. Jean Carroll, you can let me know, and that's fine, and you can move on to another Cretan. But just let me know, because at this point I'm wasting my time.
If you can name one domestic policies of Donald Trump's that you support, I'll have a conversation with you about E. Jean Carroll.
Dean, I have no interest in talking to you about that subject.
I'm just simply asking you to name one. And now we're not even talking about the economy.
For what purpose?
We're not even talking about the economy anymore.
For what purpose?
So just so I could ensure that you're a Trump supporter with ample reason. Like, you understand the question. Let me show you how you're perverting this debate stream. The question on top of my head says, how do you still support Trump? Okay.
Yes.
And if you can't defend his impact on the economy, if you can't name one policy he's ever passed that you support, well, then why would you support him as president?
Dean, I already established at the beginning of this conversation that I want to talk about E. Jean Carroll. If you do not want to talk about
I want
E. Jean
you to
Carroll,
answer the question on top of my head. How do you support Trump as president?
because he is doing a great job and he has not done anything that you have claimed that he has done, such as grape a woman named E. Jean Carroll, done anything regarding the e-files. You have no evidence that he's a pedo. You have no substantial claims except for assumptions based off of like reach points that you latch onto on a daily basis. It gets very tiring. And so again, I'd like to have a conversation about your claims. If you do not want to have that conversation, I can move on. It's all good.
Well, exactly, Brad. Here's the thing. Even if Trump didn't rape E. Jean Carroll, even if Donald Trump wasn't in the Epstein files, even if Donald Trump didn't barge into those dressing rooms, even if Donald Trump didn't have 40 plus credible accusations, even if Donald Trump didn't send that letter with a picture depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," to Epstein in 2003, even if Epstein didn't send a letter to Larry Nassar, another child rapist, saying that Trump shares their affiliation for young, quote-unquote, sexually attractive girls, even if none of that happened, that still wouldn't make Trump a good president. Because what makes somebody a good president is doing good by the country. I'm not in the Epstein files. I'm not a rapist. I wasn't best buddies with Epstein. I didn't barge into dressing rooms. I don't have 40 plus credible accusations. But you wouldn't think that I'm a good president. Kamala Harris wasn't in the Epstein files. Kamala Harris didn't rape a woman. Kamala Harris wasn't best friends with Epstein. Kamala Harris didn't have 40 plus credible accusations. Kamala Harris didn't barge into dressing rooms. But you would argue she would be a bad president. So when I ask you why you think that Donald Trump is a good president, and you tell me because he's not a rapist, that's not actually telling me why you think Donald Trump is a good president. That's just baiting me into having a conversation about the thing that you want to discuss. That's ultimately like irrelevant to the reasons why you support him as president. And once again, the reason why I'm railing so hard on this and evading your request to wipe 90% of the chess pieces off of the chessboard and forego the conversation about why you think he's a good president and rather have a conversation about, well, did he rape E. Jean Carroll, when that's a conversation that I'm essentially willing to have with anybody else, is just to expose you as a fraud in the sense that you actually don't have any reasons to support Trump as president. You can't sit here and argue that his policy is good.
That's fine, man.
You can't sit here and argue that he's directing America in a positive direction. You can't sit here and argue that he's making the average American's life better. You can't sit here and argue that he's benefiting this nation. All that you could talk about is, well, why do you think the victim, who's able to prove her rapist guilty in a court of law and corroborate it with a preponderance of the evidence, was a liar? So instead of victim blaming women, let's hear it why you think that Donald Trump is a good president. Answer the question on top of my head once again.
Finally, you mentioned E. Jean Carroll. You brought up points regarding E. Jean Carroll. Today, I have no interest in talking about anything except for E. Jean Carroll. The point you bring
so then
up
you're not a
constantly.
Trump supporter, right?
I am a Trump supporter.
Why?
That's irrelevant to the conversation that I want to have today.
Really? Can you read this?
Dean, you can.
No. Brad, can you read this?
Yes.
Read it.
How do you still support Trump?
You're so terrified. You are such a terrified little weasel. You know that you don't have reasons. Listen, Brad, you know that you don't have reasons to support Trump, or you'd be giving them to me. You were choosing embarrassment. Yes, you were saying, Dean, drop me if you don't want to debate me about the specific claim that I'm making. You are such a weasel, and you know it. You know that you don't have any reason why Trump is a good president.
When I schooled him based on the economy, were you on Parker's Live? I think you were. And then he crashed out and dropped
Based upon this attitude, I don't think he did.
So I have no interest in discussing economics with you or Parker. I'd like to talk about E. Jean Carroll and a point that you bring up to appeal to your chat's ethos. The same chat, by the way, that spams the DMs of Trump supporters with unaliving threats, grape threats. I just finished clearing out my inbox of all of your supporters that jumped in and threatening to find me, unalive me, grape me, heinous things. All because I brought up
Would you ever make one of the people
policies.
who called for your death president?
What?
Would you ever make one of the people that called for your death president?
No.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, replied unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would."
Dude, you've played that clip for me before, dude. We've had this conversation. You just regurgitate the same talking points over and over and over. Over and over. That's all you do.
This talking point seems to be quite relevant. You just said that you wouldn't make people who usher death threats or call for others' deaths president. Well, apparently you would.
No, to me. You asked to me.
Oh,
Someone
but if
that
they
makes a
do it
death
to
threat
Democrats.
me.
But if they do it to
Yeah,
Democrats,
to me.
then you don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't to me.
Okay. So you're arguing here that the 6 Democrats in Congress who Donald Trump called for the execution of have good reason to not support Trump as president?
Did you ask me if I would vote for somebody to be president that made a death threat to me?
Yeah. So you're arguing that the 6 Democrats in Congress who Donald Trump issued a constitution of death to should have voted for Harris in the election.
You're dodging the question. You asked me a specific question relating to me.
Right.
And then you brought up a felonious clip of Trump making claims and then somehow brought it back to me not voting for someone because they made a death threat.
Because there's no distinction in the moral wrongness of somebody making a death threat to you or somebody making a death threat to somebody else. You idiot.
Well, that's subjective, Dean.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what
That's
the distinction
subjective.
is? So you believe in subjective morality. So from your normative view, give me the symmetry breaker between somebody issuing a constitution of death to you and somebody issuing a constitution of death to somebody else. Convince me that we can make logical sense of why it is legitimately morally worse to do it to you, but not as bad to do it to other people.
Yeah, so I would say an example is if I have caused someone like explicit harm or done something to cause them like detrimental hurt, they would be more warranted to issue a death threat, an unaliving threat to me versus someone who has never done so. So I have not done anything to issue a reason for a claim to be made on me being unalived.
So what was the reason of that the Democrats in Congress gave to Trump to warrant his call for their execution?
I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, then it's not a symmetry breaker between the circumstances.
We weren't even talking about that as a symmetry breaker.
Yes, we were. You're arguing that it was worse when people do it to you than it was when Donald Trump did it to the Dems in Congress.
Dean, I simply brought up the fact that your chat, your people that support you, flooded my inbox with death threats.
Yeah, listen, I condemn death threats. We were just talking about this less than 30 seconds ago. I condemn it 100%. Cool. But I just simply think that you're a hypocrite because when somebody does it to you, oh, the horror. But then when Donald Trump does it to 6 sitting Democrats in Congress, my favorite president, right? Very hypocritical. I think that we need to condemn death threats, calls for execution universally. And I think that we also need to acknowledge that when those calls for the execution of others are coming from the Oval Office, that we have a massive, massive problem on our hands.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. The clip that you brought up, that you just played, as far as like the context of what he was saying, I'm not familiar with. I can't speak on it.
I'll give you the context. So 6 sitting Democrats in Congress made a video saying that, well, if Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't got to follow it because you don't got to follow illegal orders. That's all they said.
Okay.
And then Trump was like, die.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've never claimed that I don't have contentions with Trump. I think that there's a lot of things that he's done that I have contentions with. I don't blindly follow anybody. I'm not like in the corner of the ring for all 12 rounds, no matter what. So absolutely, I condemn him for certain things. It's just interesting to me.
But you said if somebody said it to you, would it make him president?
If someone said it to me,
right.
Which
is no better or worse than somebody saying it to somebody else. If
I
anything, it's worse
disagree.
If anything, it's worse when Donald Trump says it to the 6 sitting Democrats in Congress because he's the president and he has like
I disagree, dude.
millions of followers from across the nation, and he could actually influence the material actions of others, which has been reported on by the 6 Democrats who we ushered the call for their execution of. They said that they have been getting spam called with like phone calls from a bunch of Trump supporters saying that they're going to show up, kill them, kill their family, kill their kids, so on and so forth. And they all had to hire a bunch of additional like private security. Like, yeah, like clearly that's going to be much worse than some random on TikTok hopping in your DM saying die. But both are wrong, admittedly.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. I would say the only reason why it wasn't directed towards me. So like, if Trump, I've never met Trump, right? Trump has no idea who I am. Zero clue. For him to issue a death threat towards me for no reason whatsoever, that would be very, very strange. I would have no understanding. There's no context to why he would do so. Whereas to the 6 sitting Democrats who probably slandered his name, try to make him out to be this pedo, which you do on a daily basis, right? He would have some animosity towards these individuals, while I am just some random Republican who he doesn't know. So yes, I would have a contention with him and not vote for the individual that doesn't know me and has no reason to issue said death threat.
Okay, so the argument
no
here
context.
is that if Donald Trump had no reason to call for their death, then you wouldn't vote for Trump.
Yes.
Okay, so then what was the reason he had to call for their deaths?
I'm sure that he was slandered by them. I'm sure that they are vocal non-supporters and agree with him being a pedo and a rapist and a piece of shit human being.
Oh, this is where you being uninformed really bites a bullet on your end. So once again,
were they Trump supporters?
The reason why he called for their execution is because they made a video saying that if Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it. That's the reason why he called for their execution. So now we need to determine if that's a good reason or yes, that's it. That's it, buddy. He accused them of being seditious traitors. Like in like that direct call for their execution, hang them, George Washington Wood. Where do you think the George Washington Wood part's coming from? Well, once again, it's because they're traitors, and George Washington would hang a traitor. He fought in the Revolutionary War. That was it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so because Donald Trump didn't have good reason to call for the execution, you're not a Trump supporter.
Well, that's not how that works. But
well, I mean, that's what you told us less than 20 seconds ago. We're not dumb, Brad. You literally just said that if he didn't have good reason to do it, then you wouldn't vote for him. You want to vote for him, you don't support him.
That's not what I said.
I'll literally roll back the VOD right now, Brad. Let's take a listen together.
Breaker.
Yes, You're arguing that it was worse when people do.
How that works.
A direct call. He accused them of being seditious traitors. Like,
orders and agree with him being a pedo and a rapist and a piece of shit human being.
Oh, this is where you being uninformed really bites a bullet on your end. So once again,
were they Trump supporters? Know me and has no.
If Donald Trump had no reason to call for their death, then you wouldn't vote for Trump.
Yes.
Okay. So then what was... Aha.
I said if there was no reason.
Right. We just agreed that there was no good reason.
Well, in Trump's mind, that was the reason, right?
Yeah, but we could agree it's not a legitimate reason.
I don't agree that it's a legitimate reason, but Trump obviously didn't agree.
Yeah, but because Trump is wrong, right? Because this is something that we're not measuring subjectively. This is something that we're measuring a little bit more objectively, right? It's not
because
not
there is no
trivial.
objective morality, Dean.
Well, this isn't a claim of morality. This is a claim of description of reality, right? The reason is what we're trying to measure. That reason being, are they seditious traitors? And because
Dean,
objectively,
that's still subjective.
No, it actually isn't.
Yes,
right?
Dean, because there is no such thing as objective truth. Like within the context of an opinion, there's no such thing as objective truth. Like his reason for saying that.
So is it objectively true that 2 + 2 is 4?
Yeah, I said with your opinion, Dean, not with mathematics.
Well,
you didn't listen to what I said.
I take an opinion to be a belief, okay, and I believe that 2 + 2 is 4 because
no, that's not an opinion. That's
true.
that's a fact. That's not an opinion.
So are you saying that we don't have any fact-based measure to determine if somebody's a traitor?
We have a fact-based measure, but if it's based off of an opinion, that's not a fact. Do you understand that, Dean?
Well, the thing is that our opinions are supposed to be based off of facts, you idiot.
Well, no, a lot of people. You're saying
right.
You're saying
by the way, now you're like, by the way, you're totally now justifying everybody who flooded your DMs with death threats because in their opinion, they had reason to do so, even if you disagree with it.
They had reason to do so in their mind. That was their subjective opinion, right? That I should be unalived.
Yeah, and you should take no problem with that because it's all subjective and apparently objective truth doesn't exist.
Well, it would be my subjective truth that was uncalled for, and you actually agreed with.
Yeah, but you can't invalidate their subjective truth because it's all subjective.
But you agreed with me.
Wait, you actually can't validate me agreeing with you because it's all subjective.
But you told me
you're placing a measure of like validation or invalidation. No. What I'm saying is that you're placing a measure of validation and or invalidation on the opinions of others when you just got done arguing that like it literally doesn't fucking matter that Donald Trump called for the execution of these 6 sitting Democrats in Congress.
Don't pivot.
Because all beliefs. Oh wait.
Do you agree with your chat calling for the unaliving of me?
For the purpose of this argument, yes. Prove me wrong. Why is that a bad thing to do? If there's no measure, if there's no measure of opinions whatsoever, right? Why would that be a bad thing to do?
Dean agrees that I should be unalived because his chat flooded my
for
DMs
this argument, I do. Can you please tell me why that would be a bad thing to do? Because if everything is just subjective, because what you're proving right now is that opinion should be based in facts.
You agree with your chat that I should be unalived.
Yeah, so I said,
don't agree with you politically.
So I said for the purpose of this argument, I am agreeing with that. Now, can you describe to me why that's a bad thing to do?
What is your reason that you agree with them for me being unalived?
Well, it's just all subjective and trivial.
Wait, what is the subjective opinions that you hold?
You're a really bad
I should
person.
be unalived. I'm a really bad person?
Yeah.
So because you think someone's a really bad person, they should be unalived.
Yeah, a sufficiently bad person. Yes.
What is the sufficient characteristics that I meet?
I don't know. It's all subjective and trivial. Unalived? It's just my opinion.
Right. What are your subjective criteria that I meet that allows me to be unalived in your scenario?
Your name's Brad and you're a Trump supporter.
Okay. So Brad, Trump supporters should be killed.
Yeah, that's my subjective opinion. Can you invalidate that?
Listen, you said it, bro, not me. That's your opinion.
So are you going to invalidate that opinion? Are you going to say that's a bad opinion to hold?
I would say so, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. Absolutely.
I would say so.
Listen, that's my point. That would be a bad opinion to hold. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't actually support the people calling for your death in your DMs. That was for the purpose of the argument to demonstrate that when you were sitting here telling us, right, that Donald Trump called for the execution of these 6 sitting Democrats in Congress, but you don't really care because objective truth doesn't exist and everything is just subjective and trivial. And from his perspective, he had his reasons. Okay, well, yeah, people can hold opinions that they shouldn't hold. Like, when pedophiles hold the opinion that 13-year-old girls can consent to sex, and that's why they DM them, and then when they quote-unquote say yes, they meet up with them and rape them, okay, well, from your perspective, you'd say that objective truth doesn't exist. Everything is subjective. Everything is trivial. We should invalidate this rapist pedophile because he believed that 13-year-old girls can consent. No, absolutely not, because that is a bad, false belief to hold. Very similarly, a response to Donald Trump calling for the execution of the 6 sitting Democrats in Congress, saying that they're seditious traitors, therefore they deserve to die. Okay, well, we could absolutely invalidate that opinion and condemn it because they're not actually seditious traitors the same way that 13-year-old girls can't actually consent to sex.
Dean, that was very bad faith. So we both agree that child rapists should be unalived. That, at least I do. Do you hold that same opinion?
Yeah, I do. But this is where your whole everything's subjective, everybody has an opinion argument goes out the window. Because we could agree and condemn the opinions of other individuals.
Hold on, Dean, because luckily we live in a live in a land of laws. And so even though somebody might think it's okay, we both don't, and our legal system upholds the same belief that we do. So subjective opinions are irrelevant when the law takes matters into the hands of the individual that did that heinous crime and punishes them.
Then why do you believe that they should be killed, given that's not what the law does?
What do you mean?
You just got done telling us that all child rapists should be unalived. The law doesn't unalive all child rapists.
No, I believe that they should be unalived. But if a child rapist...
Would you say that's an irrelevant opinion?
If a child rapist...
No, would you say that that opinion of yours is irrelevant, or would you say that opinion of yours is relevant?
Relevant to me.
Okay, so this whole thing that our opinions are irrelevant is completely bullshit. And by the way, if opinions are irrelevant and a fact is all that matters here, well, then we're just going to be evaluating the fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress with no good reason whatsoever.
Having a good faith conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just my subjective opinion that it's something I want to do. You can't invalidate that since objective truth doesn't exist, Brad.
Oh, no, I can ask you the question why you're doing so. You can continue to do so.
Well, I guess it's just my subjective opinion that I don't have to answer that question. You can invalidate that because objective truth doesn't exist, Brad.
Sure, I accept that.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, see how I'm able just to back you into whatever fucking corner I want you to? Now check this out. It's my subjective opinion that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. Can you invalidate that subjective opinion, please?
Yes, because luckily we have facts. Not just opinions.
Oh, like the facts that the 6 sitting Democrats in Congress weren't actually guilty of sedition or treason because the oath that members of our military take when they join the military is to uphold the law, and if they're given an unlawful order not to follow it per the UCMJ. Just to clarify, right, Brad? Just like those facts?
Well, I wouldn't say that is a fact. So the fact that you're saying that the fact that you're saying that Trump wanted to kill them, that's your subjective opinion. Because you can't know what he meant by his words. No, I said that Donald
Trump called for their execution. And you're saying that we can't know what he meant by his words. Well, words are actually the things that we use to communicate what we mean. like we're doing right now. Do you notice that in every conversation that we have on this live stream, we use words to communicate what we mean, and what we mean is what we believe? Like, let me ask you a question.
So show me.
Am I a Trump supporter? No. Am I a Trump supporter?
Hold on.
Answer my question. Am I a Trump supporter?
I don't know.
Why don't you know if I'm a Trump supporter?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Because you can't trust words to communicate what we mean. That's a crazy. Wait.
For financial reasons.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure what your reason for doing this is.
Wait. Answer this question. Okay. Is JD Vance a Trump supporter?
Yes, we have reasonable facts to back that he is a Trump supporter.
Such as?
He's on the Republican card.
How do you know that he's just not on the Republican card to get more power and money?
Well, he could be doing so, but...
So then you can't know that he's a Trump supporter based upon that same logic that you just applied to me. Because you just said that you don't know I'm not a Trump supporter because I could be doing this for power and money.
As the sitting vice president for the Republican Party... backing Trump, we have reasonable assumptions and facts to show that he is a Trump supporter.
Not back just Trump words. With his words?
Not just words, actions.
Okay. Like what? Like what actions?
Like he is literally the sitting vice president.
I know, but couldn't he just be
Donald
the
Trump.
sitting vice president for power?
You can assume that.
Well, I know I'm positing. Is that possible?
But that's not... Anything is possible, right? But that's not based in fact.
So then what fact corroborates that I'm doing this for money?
Dean, I didn't say that it was a fact that you're doing this for money. You asked me if you're a Trump supporter.
You said you don't know if I'm a Trump supporter or not because I could be doing it for money. That was your argument. Therefore, we don't know if JD Vance is a Trump supporter or not because he could be doing it for money.
Terrible argument. Nobody knows if you're a Trump supporter.
Therefore, nobody knows if JD Vance is a Trump supporter because both me and JD Vance could be doing it for money.
No, you could be doing all of this for money, but JD Vance is sitting as the vice president for Donald Trump.
The same way I'm sitting on a live with 20,000 viewers against Trump. But because I'm sitting on a live with 20,000 viewers against Trump, you then take away the conclusion that, well, maybe he's just sitting on this live so he could make money, right? The same way maybe JD Vance is just sitting in the vice presidency so he could get power.
I would say there's more evidence to say that you are a non-Trump supporter.
Listen, I think the point that I'm trying to make here is you have now just completely broken down language where you're no longer arguing that people could communicate what they mean based on what they say, and that is stupid as fuck.
You can say that. That's your subjective opinion.
Wait, remember earlier when you were talking about all those death threats that you got from people?
Yep.
Yeah. How do you know that they mean it?
Oh, I don't. I just asked if you support it.
Oh, so you're arguing regardless if they mean it or not, it's a bad thing. So then regardless if Trump means it or not, it's a bad thing. That we shouldn't support and we should get him out of the elbow
I asked if you support it. That's all I asked.
Wait, and I answered what?
Your followers.
Wait, why did you ask me that question?
Well, I don't support that. I think that's not okay.
But why would you ask me if I do? Because ultimately, it doesn't matter what I say. That doesn't give you any information to inform you of what I actually believe.
No.
When you were asking me,
you're talking to me, Dean.
When you were asking me if I support the people that sent you, because you're interrupting me. When you were asking me if I support the people that were like giving you death threats in your DMs, like I would assume that was some type of inquiry into my belief system, where you were attempting to inquire if I believe that you should have received death threats, or if I don't believe that you should have sent death threats. Okay, so now you're arguing that people can communicate their beliefs and what they mean with words, because ultimately the only medium that I could use to answer that question would be with words, to tell you that I don't support those death threats. So in other words, you think me using words to communicate to you that I don't support the death threats that you received in your DMs is indicative of response to the inquiry of communicating what I believe to you. So we absolutely can use somebody's words to determine what they mean and or what they believe. So when Donald Trump is like, kill these Democrats, we could reliably use those words as an inquiry into what he believes, i.e. he wants those Democrats to die.
Yeah, he didn't say kill these Democrats, though. That's the problem.
That was hyperbole. What he did say was that they're seditious traitors.
You do that
the punishment for being a traitor is death. Hang them, George Washington Wood, on the repost.
You know that, right? You use hyperbole a lot.
Yes,
you're very guilty of that.
It's very meaningful. I love hyperbole. So what he did say is these people are traitors. No, it's just simply
you're very good at that.
It's just simply to sum up what actually occurred in a way and keeps people's attention. It's quite funny. Yes, because he wants them to be dead. Let me ask you a question.
You're guilty.
Brad,
hold on. Can I respond?
No, because you're not talking about the meat on the bone. You're saying, Dean, I hate you. You're not saying, Dean, here's how you're wrong.
I don't hate Dean.
Okay?
Dean, let's get.
More fucking hyperbole, Brad. Sit down.
I don't hate you.
So what Donald Trump did say is that they're seditious traitors. The punishment for their sedition and them being traitors is death. And then he reposted a comment that says, hang them. Okay. So let me ask you this question, Brad. Are you a rapist?
Am I a rapist?
Yeah.
No, Dean. I'm not.
So if I went on my Instagram account, I said, Brad is a rapist. Rapists all deserve to die. And then I reposted a post that says, kill Brad because he's a rapist. Okay. Would I be advocating for your death?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump says these people are traitors deserve to die. Okay. Hang them because they're traitors. Is that him advocating for their death?
But that's hyperbole again, Dean. That's not what he said.
Okay, so in one scenario, it is advocating for the death. Yet in the other scenario, it's not advocating for the death.
No, Dean, you explicitly said Brad is a rapist. Brad should die. That is you calling me out specifically. He did not do that.
Yes, he did.
Show me where he listed the names of these individuals and called for their death.
Okay, yeah,
The
sure.
president
By
of the
responding
United
to the
States of
article that
America,
was written
Donald
about
Trump, is
them.
now
I'll show you on
demanding
screen.
Show me where
really
he
bad
pointed them out.
unlawful orders
Of
by
course.
saying that this is
By
really
responding
bad
to
and
the
dangerous
article
to our
from the
country, that
Washington
words cannot be
Examiner
modified
that's
unlawful
titled
orders.
Democratic
By
Veterans in
saying that
Congress
this is
urge
really
members
bad
to refuse
and
unspecified
dangerous to our
unlawful
country,
orders,
and that
by
their
then
words
responding
cannot be allowed
and
to
calling
stand.
these
He
specific
then followed that
Democrats
up with a
seditious
second
traitors,
post that
and then
reads,
responding
"This is
by
seditious
saying seditious behavior punishable by death,
And
referring
then
to
he
those specific
reposted a
Democrats'
comment
seditious
that
behavior,
reads, quote,
and then
unquote,
reposting
"Hang
hang them George Washington Wood, them being those specific seditious Democrats.
So he didn't say hang them, George Washington Wood. He reposted that.
Yeah, the same way in the analogy, I reposted somebody else saying kill Brad. But you still said
You
I was
didn't say-
advocating for your death.
You didn't say it. No, Dean, you did not say that, dude.
I did.
You didn't say that you didn't say you reposted that statement. You said
I
you
did.
said it.
No, I said I reposted that statement, Brad.
I don't think you did.
I did.
Can you play back?
Sure.
Okay.
Was the reason he had that
no probably slandered his.
Hey, that doesn't give you
Talking
when or can communicate their I could
That's the problem.
So
Right,
what he
it's
did
to
say
incite
is these
emotion.
are going to be
It's-
dead. When
it's
let me
this-
ask you, you're not saying Dean.
Meredith, thank you so
when
much.
Donald Trump
Thank you
for
for
their
the
sedition
galaxies.
and then be this question. Yeah.
No, Dean. I'm not.
So
a
if I went on my
rapist.
Instagram account, I said Brad is a rapist. Rapists
Yep.
all deserve to die, and then I reposted a post that says kill Brad because he's a rapist. Okay, there you go, Brad. You're wrong.
Okay.
So then, okay, so now you understand that in that scenario where I'm like, Brad's a rapist, rapists deserve to die, repost a comment saying kill Brad, you agreed that I would be calling for your execution. So then when Donald Trump is like, these Democrats
Well,
are
you already-
traitors,
no.
all traitors
No,
deserve to die, their sin is punishable by death, and then he reposts a comment saying kill these Democrats, hang them. Okay, he's
Dean,
calling
you
for their
already
death as
called,
well.
Dean, you already called for my death by saying Brad deserves to die. You reposting somebody saying kill Brad is just doubling down on what you already said. So not only did you
so then
say
Donald
it,
Trump called for their
but
death.
you said somebody else.
So then Donald Trump called for their death.
Can you pull up that clip again? Just so I have a good understanding. Just pull it
Oh
up.
my
Dean.
fucking
Pull it up.
God.
of the United States of America, Donald Trump defied unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words
Yeah.
cannot be allowed to stand. He then
Where-
followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington Wood."
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, can we agree that we shouldn't be making people president who just want to kill their political opponents in Congress? Like that's clearly anti-American to the furthest extent. We're supposed to be like the land of the free, First Amendment rights, freedom of speech for all. We're not supposed to be the land of tyrants that think it's okay to advocate for the execution of their political dissenters.
Yes,
Like
I
the-
would agree with you, Dean. I would agree with you on that for sure. I don't know the context of that clip. It's weird that I've only heard you talk about this. Like, I don't know what the scenario was. All I have to base this off of is what you show me.
So
Like that-
if they genuinely didn't do anything to warrant that reaction, there's no good
Yes.
reason that Donald Trump had to give that reaction. Then could we agree in this hypothetical, I guess, that
Yeah.
clearly he shouldn't be president because it is just so like antithetical
super
to
uncalled
American
for.
values. It's just let me.
Super
It's,
uncalled
it's
for.
beyond just super uncalled for. It's antithetical to American core values. The core values of this country are supposed to be freedom of speech, freedom of political belief, and the rejection of tyrants and authoritarianism. But when we have a president that thinks it's okay to advocate for people's execution merely because they're political dissenters, and not just any political dissenters, but rather those in Congress, that this all of a sudden ushers us into a new era of modern Americanism where we no longer have this right to freedom of speech. We can't even say that members of our military should be able to disobey illegal orders like the Constitution tells them to without having their lives on the line. Okay, so like clearly, if he did this without sufficient reason, he shouldn't be president, right, Brad?
I already agreed with you, Dean, that if he did this for no reason and it's just calling for the death of these individuals in Congress, I do not agree with that.
As it stands, do we have any reason to believe that there was good reason?
I don't know. I'll have to look that up.
Viking hammer.
I'll have to look into that.
Okay. So if it's true,
But as of right now,
so if it's
as of
true,
right now,
if it's
yeah.
true, the reason why he did this is because they told members of our military that if they're given an illegal order by Trump, they don't have to follow it. Then you wouldn't be a Trump supporter.
I would not support him in that sense, no.
Beta Brad, no way, no way. All right, this is the end of the convo, buddy. You got to go Google that. You got to go look at that because that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into it.
See ya, Brad. No fucking shot. What? No way. No way. That's wild. Least expected outcome ever. Wow, dude. Honestly, damn. Damn. Look at that. That's cool. I'm so surprised. Holy crap. Sammy, thank you so much for the fire pit Blitzy. I appreciate you, Sammy. You were awesome. Show some love to Sammy down below in that comment section. Dude. Wow, man. That's crazy. That's actually insane. I wasn't expecting that we were going to be able to possibly convert Brad. Ron, get off the damn phone, dude.
Hey, the thing about it is...
Get off the damn phone, Ron.
No, I'm not on the phone. What he was saying was, he said the death of their careers, not the death of them.
Why did he say hang
them?
them?
Take things into context.
Why did he say hang them? Like hang their political careers, Ron?
He said death of their political careers, what he said. He did not say anything about death of them.
Ronnie boy, where did he say that, Ronnie boy? Or come on, Ronald, where did he say that?
He said that in the news.
He said that in the news.
The news media don't like him.
In the news. So
the news media does not like Trump because they're all Democrats.
All the demon rats. No, so true, Ron. Listen, Ron. You got to get off that damn phone. You got to get off that damn phone, dude.
You don't have to get off of anything, you old punk.
Come on, ma'am. You know I'm right. You know he spends way too much damn time on that thing. Listen.
Oh, shit, you're the one who spends too much fucking time on there.
No, come on. He'd be better off like what? Like cuddling with you and whatnot, watching TV instead he's just sitting on.
I thought of death of a lot of careers in the military too. I got rid of a lot of guys like you in the military.
What? Did you just say that you would kill people like me?
No, I said I got rid of their careers by getting them out of the service.
Oh, what do you mean people like me? Like what would they do?
You wouldn't follow rules for one thing.
Okay, well,
if a president gives you an order and you're in the military, you have to do it.
Okay, so not if it's illegal, Ron.
How do you know what's illegal and what's not? I was in the military.
So the question, how would you know if something is illegal or not, is different from the fact, if it's illegal, you don't have to follow it.
Until you can prove that it's illegal, you cannot stop following the rules.
No, it's not even until you can prove it. Like, for instance, if somebody gives you an illegal order, but you don't really know if it's illegal or not, and you side on the side of precaution, and it turns out to be illegal once it's proven, then you're good. You're in the free and clear.
Oh, you're also telling me, like, when my commanding officer told me to go over and unalive a 10-year-old, that would be illegal, right?
Yes.
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay, Ron, we're back to killing the kids.
He shouldn't be doing.
And you're gone, Ron. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh my God. Only hop inside of that queue if you're MAGA, dude. Guys, that's on me. I take responsibility for that. That's my fault. I let him back up. I own that one. That's my mistake. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. We're going to get that next guest connected right now. Dude, holy fuck. No more Ron, dude. That guy, like, salivates at the thought of killing kids. Oh my God. What are the chances that dude's, like, just straight insane? What are the chances? What are the chances that dude is just, like, completely nuts, out of his mind, right? Like, went to war to kill, and he's really sad that his bones are brittle, and he can't really move too much anymore, so he can't, like, kill more people by go to war again. Ashley, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Says, did he just admit to war crimes and child murder? Yeah, Ashley, he did. Lonnie, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Show some love to Lonnie down below in that comment section. That is LONI. Kat with the $8 who says, that was wild. Thank you for sticking with him to help him see the reality. Sheesh. Yeah, man, I'm really surprised with that conversation with Brad, honestly. Jeanette, thank you for the $10 who says, I need to stop watching these lives at work. I just yelled out, you're a fucking hyperbole, Brad, out loud, and there were guests in my lobby. I'm turning that into a t-shirt. Oh, Jeanette. I hope you were able to find a way to explain that. That's funny. That's funny. Dude! What the fuck? We have 2 hats! Wow! I just picked one up off the ground, thinking that this was my one little tinfoil hat. I look over at my desk, and I have 2! That's cool, dude. Wow. We're staying protected, guys. Hey, Antonio, I appreciate for the $1. Jose, thank you for the $10. Who says, for this uninformed caller listed what he believes the 6 Congress people had said about Trump. Funny. That list exactly describes what Trump truly is. Fight on, Dean. So true, Jose. Thank you for the $10. Jessica, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Carter, thank you for the $20. I thank you so much, man. That is so much money. I appreciate you, dude. Let's get 200 Carter W's. Carter with the $20 says, why do these MAGA rats never understand that quote-unquote overused points do not equal invalid points? I know, right, Carter? I hear this so very frequently from so many people that join this live stream that because I repeat many of the things that I say on live, that therefore that invalidates that the points are true, which makes no goddamn sense. Really good question, Carter. I ask myself that often. Antonio, thank you for the $4. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo, who says, you give hope. Thank you. Vanessa, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for your continued support. Please, I want to see 500 Vanessa W's down below in that chat while we're looking for the next guest. Genuinely, that is such an incredibly kind donation, and I am forever grateful. Thank you so much for the support. That is huge. Very, very kind of you, Vanessa. 500 Vanessa W's in that chat. Same thing to you, Poffle, over on PayPal with the $10 who says, you better watch out, Dean. Ronald's going to hang your career. I don't think that Ronald's going to do much outside of maybe eating some Wendy's and changing the channel from Fox to Newsmax. At least that's my guess, right? Caroline, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Who says, hey, Dean, I have a question. Would you say that Nazism and fascism are on the same level of the spectrum? Or should we make a separation between them? Because there are differences. And as a German, you know, I would put Nazism even further to the right than fascism. Well, see, the thing is Nazism is a variant of fascism. Now, you could have like fascists who aren't Nazis. Now, you can't have Nazis who aren't fascists. That's like the best explanation. Welcome in, Air God. Do you support Trump? Okay, Air God's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got the next guest, Cooper, loading up into the queue. Hey, Marianne, thank you for the $14. Who says, my subjective opinion is that Brad is an absolute tool. Arguably, that's also an objective opinion. No, so true. Absolutely objective. Nothing subjective about that. Cooper, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes. Yes, I do.
How old are you?
15.
Well, I appreciate you for your honesty, Cooper. We are looking for adults, so I'm going to go to Kiki, and we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest ISO loaded up in the box. Mariana, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. That is Marina. Thank you for the love, Mariana. Mariana with the $20. Let's get 200 Mariana W's in that chat. Says, thank you, Dean, for doing what you do and for being a part of my routine. When you're live, I know it's time to get out of bed and to get ready for the day. Not only is it satisfying to listen to these people's arguments get disproven, but it's also like studying for me. That's awesome, Mariana. I'm so happy that the live streams are able to help you out in your day-to-day life and you take something positive away from them. Honestly, that's my main goal here. The main goal of these live streams isn't to change the mind of the person who I have on my stream. Because, like, folks, in all honesty, guys, you know, a lot of the people who join my streams don't really change their minds. So when it happens, I'm usually surprised. Rather, my main goal is just to try to, like, educate the people who are watching. Samantha, thank you so much for the $30 donation on PayPal. Thank you, Samantha. Let's get 300 Samantha W's. Thank you for the love and support. Samantha with the 30 says, I love listening to you destroy these dudes every day at work and on my way home. I love that, Samantha. That's awesome. Thank you for the $30. Cinna, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. And Ella and Linda, oh my God. Ella, thank you so much for the $100 donation. And Linda, thank you for the $50 donation. That is unfucking believably kind of you both. I want to see 1,000 LWs and 500 Linda W's. Genuinely, that is so much fucking money. I don't deserve it. Thank you both so much for your love and your generosity, for going like above and beyond to a level that I will never understand. I will never understand why individuals choose to be so unbelievably kind to me. Like, genuinely, I don't fucking deserve it. Ella with $100 did not attach a message, but then Linda with the 50 says, thank you for taking on the MAGA moron. So proud of you. Thank you so much, Ella and Linda. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please show some love to Ella and Linda in that chat. Same thing to Shadow over on Super Chat for the 10. I appreciate you, and I'm so happy that we can make your journey easier. Thick Frog, thank you for the $10. Who says, my cat Mikkel and I are tuning in. It's her first time watching live. Please give her a shout out. She's not a Trump supporter. Yo, shout out to Mikkel. That's awesome. Hell yeah. W Mikkel. African Warlord, thank you for the $20. Who says, please put on the red hat for these people. I think we're going to have to whip out that red hat here soon. We'll have to do it. Juliet, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you guys. We're all caught up. If you want to support me, get a message across, ask a question, support what we do here, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. Now, welcome in. Do you support Trump, dude?
We are Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, you're really patient. Unfortunately, you get banned so quick. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Where are the Trump supporters at, guys? We're looking. We got Chloe loading up into the box. I still need to go to the gym today. Fuck. God damn it, I forgot to go to the gym before I went live. Ooh, it's going to be a late night for me. Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Chloe's not here. We're going to kick her out and move on. Ooh, it's going to be a late night. It's going to be a late night. I hate working out super late at night. God damn it. Why did I do this to myself? Oh, that's okay. It's fine. We'll get through it. Gotta work out. Can't skip. Can't skip, dude. Try to stay on top of it to the best of my ability. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream right now. We got a couple people loading in. Hopefully one of them is a Trump supporter. We got Cookie Monster loading up in the box. Welcome in, Cookie Monster. Do you support Trump?
How you doing, man? Yeah, I do. Good question. Is there any shot you could just put me on the side for like 2 minutes? I could finish up something, but I am a Trump supporter.
Yeah, man, if you want to hop back inside of a queue, that's fine. You sound like you're about like 5 million light years away from your microphone. We got the next guest, Lucas, loading up in. Lucas's bio says Trump 2026.
Yo, Dean, what's going on, my man?
Lucas, you're trolling, right?
No, dude, we're back. I want to try to debate you this time, man.
Lucas, your bio says Trump 2026. You understand that, like, Trump's not running in 2026,
No,
right?
I know. I support him in 2026, though.
What is Trump running for in 2026?
No, I just support him in the year of 2026.
Oh, you just support him in 2026.
Yeah. Dean, I'm going to actually ask you the question. Why don't you support Trump?
Oh, wow. Usually end up people regret asking that question. Would you prefer a paragraph response, a page response, a paper response, a thesis response?
Let's do a beautiful page response, Dean. Let's do a beautiful one. Let's do a page. Let's do a page, Dean.
Okay, Lucas. Well, I break my reasons why I don't support Trump down to the 3 main categories. If you've watched the live stream much before, you probably heard these categories for the audience. That would be character, domestic policy, and foreign policy. We'll start off with character. He's a rapist. He's a sexual predator. He's barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to oogle their naked bodies unconsensually. That's bad. He was best friends with Epstein. He's named in the files over 1 million times. He's personally accused by a victim of Epstein's. Credibly, by the way. He's racist. In the 70s, he refused to rent to black people because they're black people, and then he was sued for it. He's like super narcissistic. He's so insanely narcissistic that when he lost the 2020 election, he tried to end the American democracy and coup the government. He's super apathetic. The people who helped him try to coup the government, who raided the Capitol, attempting to kill cops in the process, are all people he considers to be patriots, who he let out of jail by giving them free and full presidential pardons, who he's now set up a $1.8 billion slush fund to line their pockets with millions for the weaponization of the DOJ under the Biden-Harris administration, which in all reality was a prosecution of crime. He's super corrupt. Most corrupt president we've had in a long time. Once again, J6 last week, okay? He barred the federal government from ever investigating him, his family, and his companies for tax fraud on any tax return up until this point again in their life, creating a new system of justice where if you and Donald Trump commit the same crime, you could go to jail for it, and he can't be investigated for it. That is corruption 101, okay? He is a moron. We saw that he refused to abide by a court order to feed out food stamp benefits for 16 million American starving children. He defunded USAID, which in the next 10 years is projected to kill 14 million people. Okay? He overturned Roe v. Wade to score political points with the GOP, and that has now led to 60 pregnant rape victims being denied access to abortion in 10 of our states every 24 hours. But you asked for a paper. Low-key, I'm setting myself up for a thesis, so I got to wrap this up. Domestic policy sucks. Killed the economy. Okay? Killed social safety nets. Killed the low class. Killed the working Americans. The working American class. Working class, sorry. Foreign policy sucks. Started a war he promised not to. Destabilizing the Middle East. Not supporting our allies. Threatening to end global allyships like the UN, like NATO. Pulled out of WHO. And promised to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Year and a half into his term, Russia's only gotten the upper hand. If I had to reduce it down to a page, that would be the page. But, oh, there's so much more.
Well, all right, Dean, I want to start off with one of the first things you said, that he is a rapist. Dean, I don't believe it. You showed me the clips. We actually talked about the clips. We had a very good conversation about the clips. We had a very long conversation about the clips. Dean, hit it on the open, man, by the way. It's all good. The vape, you don't got to hide the vape. But anyways. Oh, I love your Trump hat. I love it, dude. You have a lovely hat. You have a beautiful hat, dude. You should wear it. Put it on.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
Okay. Or you could put on the tinfoil hat if you want to also. I think that's pretty funny. But anyway, so I would like to talk about Donald Trump being a rapist. We actually have zero proof that Donald Trump's a rapist. We heard the clip, but I actually told you that it sounded like the clip was cut, and I did not believe it. So what do you have to say about that?
God, Lucas, you're a real moron. So you're not even talking about his rape case. You're talking about a sexual exploitation case when he barged into the dressing rooms. Two different things. So the claim is we have zero proof that he sexually exploited women. No, we do. He admitted to it. You just think that his admittance was clipped up with no reason whatsoever because, once again, you're a moron. That's a you problem, not a me problem. Prove that that clip was faked.
All right, so let's even talk about sexual exploitation. Yes, it's a crime, correct? But you got to think of it like there's a ranking of crimes. I would say, yeah, it's definitely up there. But I think in Trump's case, if we even want to call that sexual exploitation, he's not even really doing anything wrong. Okay, like sure, these women are all over the age of 18. None of them are under the age of 18. So what? Women put their bodies online every day, and a lot of men look at it actually nude. They put their nude body pictures online, Dean. So why would it be wrong for Donald Trump to go walk in a room and look at naked women? And who said they were naked either? Does that taste good, Dean? That tastes good. You wanna let me know how? Well, let me know how that is wrong on that level, because not necessarily if it was 100% against their will, yeah. But I mean, we really, as men, we see women naked every single day.
You're a fucking dumbass.
How?
You are a violent, cruel, misogynistic, evil, dark, twisted dumbass. Did you really just say because some women consent to putting their naked bodies on the internet that therefore men can take advantage of unconsenting women whenever they want?
Did they unconsent?
Are you? Is this like serious?
No, Dean. I genuinely think
Lucas,
these women are over the age of 18.
Lucas.
Yes.
If you posted a dick pic on Twitter right now, do you think that you could just get raped 10 years from now and it was totally fine because you posted a dick pic on Twitter?
Dean, rape and sexual exploitation are two completely different things.
Not in the sense that you're pre-assuming that if a woman consents to one sexual action, therefore that same woman consents to all sexual actions with anybody at any point in time. That is so I can't even believe what you just said. You said, well, yeah, he unconsensually barged into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. So what? Women are whores. Like, that was essentially your argument. Don't sugarcoat it. No. Don't sugarcoat it. That's your argument. No, that's exactly what you're getting at. Say it like it is, Lucas. Say it like you mean it, Lucas. You're saying, oh, women put their naked bodies on the internet. Okay, therefore they're irredeemable whores that don't fucking matter, and men could do whatever they want to them. That's what you're saying. You're saying you become a whore when you put your body on the internet. We don't care about you. This concept of consent, it fucking goes away because you're barely a person anymore, and we could do whatever we want to you. That's what you're saying.
All right, Dean. So
don't give me the sugar-coated version.
Dean,
say it like it is, because that's what you mean to say.
You honestly took a part of that and did not understand something. So I'm just going to briefly repeat what I said again. I see it as if I saw a female naked on the beach, Dean, compared to if I walked into a dressing room that I owned with women all over the age of 18 and looked at them, did not touch them, did not make any sexual comments to them, Dean. This is not like terrible sexual exploitation.
The difference is consent, first and foremost. You don't really see naked people on the beach unless you're on a nude beach, but when you're on a nude beach, you see naked women. The reason why you're not doing anything wrong is because they consented to you seeing them, okay? The difference between you seeing a naked woman on the beach and then barging into a woman's dressing room and seeing naked women is that in one scenario, consent is present, and in the other scenario, consent isn't present. This is identical to saying a woman got raped, so what, it doesn't matter, because I had consensual sex with her 2 weeks ago. No. Listen to what I'm saying. No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You're saying, oh, this woman got raped, so what, it doesn't matter. It's not wrong because she had consensual sex with her husband 2 days ago. Oh, wow. We're able to identify two scenarios of this woman having sex. Clearly the difference is that in the first scenario, it's with consent, and in the second scenario, it's without consent. And it's the consent factor there that makes a difference.
My guy, you just told me, Dean, rape is a completely different thing than having no consent to look at a female's nude body.
There is no difference within this sense.
There's a huge difference.
Why is rape wrong? Why is rape wrong? Why is rape wrong?
Because it's unconsensual and you're
yes,
like, oh.
That's what I'm getting at. That right there is what I'm getting at. The reason why it's wrong to barge in to a woman's dressing room and look at her when she's naked is because it's unconsensual. That's the parallel that I'm making between the circumstance of rape and the circumstance of barging into a woman's dressing room. You tried to justify men barging in to women's dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies because maybe that woman consented to her naked body being on the internet. Maybe that woman consented to her naked body being on a nude beach. Maybe that woman consented to her naked body being on OnlyFans. Well, none of that matters because if you're looking at her naked body unconsensually in a dressing room, then it's wrong. Okay, the same way that rape is always wrong, even if she consensually had sex with her husband the night before. She consensually, I don't know, had a fucking orgy with 40 people the 2 days before, and consensually got like blasted by a train on Pornhub the week before. None of that matters because as long as the sexual action that you're engaging in directed towards that woman is without consent, then it is wrong. And that should, dude, we should, listen, you are scaring the shit out of me because we as men should know this. We as men should have learned this when we were boys. We as men should have known this from the moment that we had enough autonomy to open the door because we didn't want to open doors to the little girl's restroom and fucking pre-K. Like this isn't something that you learn because somebody else tells you it at the ripe age of like 19 or whatever you said you were. No, this is something that you're supposed to know when you're still in diapers, is that it's wrong to do sexual things with people or to people without consent.
Okay, so Dean, let me ask you a question. I actually have 3 questions for you. My main question though is, so if rape was consensual, let's hypothetically say, you asked somebody if you could, grape them, and they said sure. Does that make it right if they consent to a violent rape? If they
That's a
want
contradiction. You're like saying if a square was a circle, squares can't be circles. Rape can't be consensual.
We're talking about
because
rape
the definition,
and shapes right now, dude.
the definition
We're talking about
of rape.
shapes and rape.
Listen, the definition of rape is unconsensual sex. So if you're saying if unconsensual sex was consensual, well, unconsensual sex can't be consensual because unconsensual sex possesses the property of being unconsensual. And if it doesn't possess the property of being unconsensual because it's consensual, well, then it's not rape.
Well, then that would just be unconsensual rape. I'm talking about, what if somebody literally wanted to be raped and they asked to be raped and in a violent way? Does that make that okay then?
It's like, you listen,
Dean,
by literally asking for something, right? You are consenting to receiving that thing. And we're not talking about, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. By literally asking for something, you are like consenting to receiving that thing. And we're not talking about like the man excuse, oh, she asked for it. No, we're like literally talking about asking for it, like actually asking for it. And that is therefore consensual. An unconsensual act of sex can't be consensual. Like it like the same way that a square can't be a circle, because if the square is a circle, then it's no longer a square. If rape is consensual, then it's no longer rape.
I somewhat see what you're saying. You do bring up a good point. My second question is, can you tell me why I got death threats from your chat last time after the stream was over? But I want to correlate this to something that you actually said. You said that you would not show your girlfriend on your live stream because we, mean MAGA people, you claim, would send death threats to your girlfriend or send death threats to you about your girlfriend. Well, Dean, why did your losing liberal team send me death threats?
You asked for it by joining the live.
But
how do you like your logic against you? No, I'm actually going to stand on that. I'm going to apply your logic against you so you know what it's like to be the victim. Okay? Because you're out here saying that, oh, all these women asked for it by like maybe going to a beach with a small bikini on. Maybe all these women ask for it by like putting their naked bodies on the internet. Maybe all these women ask for it by doing OnlyFans. Therefore, there's literally nothing wrong with a man barging into their dressing room. Okay, you ask for it by being on this live. And if you want to say, oh, Dean, how fucking dare you? Thanks for conceding that women don't ask for it by putting their naked body on the internet, and they still reserve a right of fucking consent, which is an imperative and irremovable right that all people possess. So go ahead. Either tell me, Dean, okay, I did ask for it by joining this live like a fucking good little boy and suck it up, or, call me crazy for saying that you asked for death threats and concede to the argument that you made about how and why it's not wrong for men to barge into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls.
Right, so Dean, I'm going to answer that question for you. So I actually joined this live looking for a debate. I didn't expect to get messages saying that I hope my head gets cut off, Dean. I really didn't, okay? I think that's a little crazy, especially from your fan base who...
Same way women go into women's dressing rooms expecting to get dressed and changed in privacy. They don't expect fucking predators to barge into their dressing room to look at their naked body. But remember earlier when you're saying, oh, that's not wrong?
Dean, that makes him a sexual predator, though? I thought they were all over the age of 18, no?
The same way that four corners makes a square square. Yes, that does make Donald Trump a sexual predator.
Dean,
yes.
Wait, hold up. So do you know what it would mean to be a sexual predator? You understand that it has to be with someone under the age of 18, correct?
No, incorrect.
No, Dean, that's a child. Oh, well, yes, you're right. Okay, that can be... I'm actually going to fact check that right now.
Bro, okay, fact check it with your brain. If somebody was listen, if somebody rapes 100 adult women, are they a sexual predator?
I actually don't know the answer. Like, would they be?
Dude, this dude's a fucking lunatic.
Dean,
you are straight a lunatic. Here, oh my god. Oh my
I thought it was somebody
god.
under the age
No,
of
that's a pedophile.
Okay, you're right. So yes, it would make them. So
oh my god, dude.
That,
Laura,
Dean,
shut up. Laura, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says, imagine if MAGA men spend a fraction of the time defending women as they do defending Trump. Well, then they wouldn't be MAGA men, Lauren. It's paradoxical. Thank you for the $10. Gene, thank you for the $10. Who says, Mean Dean, my man. What's going on, Gene? Appreciate you for being here. Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 donation. Who says, hey, Dean, celebrating my last day of school today. It's been a minute, but I'm back. Keep voicing love ya. I'm a teacher. Oh, Patsy, I hope that you're doing well. You know I love you, Patsy. You used to be tuning in all the time. You're legitimately one of my favorite people ever. Let's get 300 Patsy W's down below in the chat. And thank you so much for the $30 dono. Show some love to Patsy down below. Allison, thank you for the $20. Who says, Dean, my husband is deployed into this war right now. Him and I would lay in a bed listening to debates every night, and he still asks how our favorite white boys, you and Parker, are. Miss him while watching your stream. Keep it up. Oh, well, I hope your husband is all right. I hope he stays safe, Allison. Shout out to you and him. Thank you for the $20, and thank you for being here. Abigail, thank you for the $2. Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 in Venmo, who says, side quest, do a deep dive into Ron's first wife's death. True. Jay, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate you. And Fasi, thank you for the $5, saying that the haircut is fresh. Thank you. Over on Super Chat, DJ, thank you so much for the $100, who says, idiot caller, based. Honestly, the best way to spend $100 possible. He dropped $100 just to call you an idiot, Lucas. Thank you so very much for the 100, DJ. I want to see 1,000 DJWs down below in that comment section. God damn, DJ. You're the fucking goat, dude. That is way too much money. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the love. Same thing to you, Xavier. Thank you for the $4. And then Marianne, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Thank you, Marianne. I hope that you're enjoying the live stream. Thank you. And I'll have to look into the 36 Berlin Olympics. I don't think I have. Thank you so much for the $14. With all that being said, we are caught up. If you want to help me make more bank, if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the ats right there. Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure that you double check your spelling. King with the $10 says, kick this fucking donut. It's astonishing how ignorant he is. Yeah, I don't even know what to say to this guy. Do you walk back earlier when you said that it's not wrong for men to barge into women's dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies? Do you take that back?
Dean, I'm still trying to prove you wrong on that. And actually, I'm saying the way Donald Trump did, you're calling sexual exploitation a crime, and I agree with that, Dean. But the level, Dean, that if Donald Trump literally raped somebody, yes, I would not support Donald Trump.
You have a wife. You have a wife. You take your wife to Kohl's to try and a dress for your honeymoon.
Right. Yes.
She's naked in the dressing room trying that dress on.
Correct.
Floor manager, that's a man, opens her door to look at her boobs. What would you do to that man?
You gotta let me think about it. So does he own the bathroom?
Yes, he owns the Kohl's, yeah.
So necessarily, if he owns the room, he could walk in there. He has honestly every right to walk in there. That doesn't on a certain level, if he's doing it in a sexual way, being oh, let me look at your naked body. I want to see your naked body. Donald Trump did not walk in there and he was oh my God, women, let me look at you all naked. Let me look at all.
This is MAGA. I want this to scare the shit out of everybody because it should. This is who we're up against. They are deviant, psychologically fucked, evil predators. There is nothing, let me repeat this, nothing normal about what this guest is saying. Nothing normal in the slightest. You are a fucking bastard. An absolute caveman with no cognitive function to realistically interpret the world around you in any more but an incredibly small-scoped, mundane, and evil way. It is disturbing to the max. You are fucked. You are so fucked. This is fucked, Lucas. I can't even believe the words that are leaving your mouth. Are you serious?
Yes, Dean. I am serious. I just gave you an actual very valid point.
Yeah, bro. You need to be on a list.
Dude, your liberal squad
you need to be
listen.
on a list.
Listen, you guys are,
I'm gonna tell you the descriptive reason why your point is wrong. This goes without saying.
Go ahead.
So when you own a building that includes women's dressing rooms or bathrooms, if you're a man, you can't just barge in there and look at the naked women inside. Why? Because although you own that space, you, with your autonomy as the owner, have designated the purpose of that space to allow for there to be a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, with an expectation of nudity inside of that space that they are only comfortable and consenting to because of the reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. You cannot barge in to a space where there exists a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men, okay, just because you're the owner of this space. The second thing that I want to bring up here is you're just straight up, you're pro-pedophilia. You're saying, yes, you are, because you're saying, yes, you are. The reason why I'm saying that you're pro-pedophilia is because if a man owns a building that a little girl is naked inside of, maybe she's also getting dressed.
Wrong. I think that's so wrong.
So why is it wrong to the girl, but not wrong to the woman?
Dean, these are two different scenarios, Dean.
But what's the difference between the scenarios that makes it wrong in one and not wrong in the other?
Because, Dean, he wasn't going in there to look at these girls like in a sexual way, like, oh, let me look at
what if the man owner is going into the dressing room that the naked little girl is in, not to look at her in a sexual way? Is that wrong?
Yes, because it's a little girl, Dean.
So then what's the difference? What's the relevant difference between doing it to a little girl and doing it to an adult woman? And what's the difference?
Dean, she's under the age of 18.
So what? What's the difference?
That's disgusting. Dean, she's a grown woman versus a little
what's the difference? What's the difference?
I just told you.
The fact that one is under the age of 18? Okay, so are you saying the difference is that one is under the age of 18, therefore they can't consent?
Yes.
So what makes it wrong is that it's unconsensual? So if the adult woman isn't consenting, then it's wrong?
Dean, depends.
Depends? What the fuck do you mean depends?
Dean,
what the fuck do you mean depends? You're saying, oh, it depends on if unconsensual sexual actions are wrong? Lucas, I'll slap the shit out you.
Okay, have fun.
I'd slap the shit out you, Lucas.
Yeah, I don't think so, dude. I'm like fucking 3 inches taller than you, man.
Yeah, three fucking inches. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're like 5 feet
listen,
tall.
I have the vindication, okay, and anger of all of civilized society in my fucking palm. Buddy, I'd slap the shit out you. You are gross as fuck. Get out my life. You want to start talking about builds. You know what? Get the fuck back up here, Lucas. Let's look at your build. No. No, let's publicly shame him. No. Feel free to come back. Literally just so I could publicly shame you. God, what an idiot. What a dude, this this fucking droid wants to talk about my build. Oh, your build team. Oh my fucking God, Lucas. Jesus Christ. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I don't even know what to say about that. I'm gonna actually stay away from that. I'm gonna stay away from shaming him. That's because it doesn't just impact him. We're gonna go to get that next. Let's go. Ooh, that was close.
I just pooped myself.
Okay, Trey. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Oh my God. I'm so disgusted by that. I'm having like trouble just like moving on. How did we get here, dude? Dude, they're just literally pro-sex crimes. That's the MAGA agenda. Pro-sex crimes. Jesus Christ. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We need to make sure that this guy's at pro-sex crimes. Hey, what do you think the age of consent should be?
Let me say something to you, Dean. How can you still support the traitor to Israel?
What do you think the age of consent should be?
18.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
07.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm a groiper, and I think that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are both traitors to America.
Do you know what it means to be a groiper?
Yeah,
Okay, what do you think it means to be a groiper?
to support the 2016 Trump that didn't take money from AIPAC and was attempting to demolish the deep state.
Okay. So that's not what it means to be a groiper. Because I'm reading your point. I'm reading one of your posts. It says, right now I'm kind of far right and anti-Israel, pro-ICE, and believe Jesus is the best thing for America as well as a Christian America. And I believe it. I'm a national conservative.
Yep.
So being a groiper is like a far right ideology that's kind of underpinned by kind of just hating other people, right? Hating black people,
No.
hating Hispanic people, hating.
That's
hating
not
women.
what it means to be a groiper.
Well, being a groiper is just an offshoot of modern day neo-Nazism. Have you
Say that
talked to
again?
many other groipers? Like, do you have friends that are groipers?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever talked to any other groipers?
Yes.
Have you asked them about Hitler?
I don't. I hate Hitler.
Man, I think that this guy's actually just low-key misled. Okay. So, for the most part, groipers really like Hitler.
No.
Okay, what do you think it means to be far right?
It means to show patriotism and
And what do you think patriotism is?
support for your country.
So you just think if you support your country, that means you're far right?
Well, not essentially. There's more things, but when you take money from AIPAC, that's essentially betraying America.
So, I mean, I actually don't disagree with you there. I think that AIPAC is really bad. I think that the state of Israel is really bad. And I'm not far right. So that must not be what it means to be far right. So what else makes you far right? Like, let me ask you this question. Do you think that men are equal to women?
It depends.
What do you mean?
I don't think that women should serve in the military because I believe that their goal is to serve the family and raise children.
Oh, God. So why should they have prescriptive goals to limit what they should or shouldn't be able to do because of the genetic lottery? What they were born in, with in between their legs? Why should what you have in between your legs determine your life path of what you spend your time doing?
That's not what it is. It's that at the start of creation, men were made to essentially lead and be the head of the household.
I actually don't believe you. I don't think that men were made to be the natural leaders, or else men would be better at leading. And I don't think that men are better at leading.
They are. All leaders in history have been men.
Well, not quite all. There's been some leaders throughout history that have been women. And I understand the confusion that you're yielding from this, because if a lot of the leaders throughout history have been men, well, why doesn't that make men better at leading? Well, what I would say in response to that is, well, a lot of the systems that have produced leadership throughout history have been sexist. They haven't allowed women to even have the chance. Because, as you just said, okay, they've forced women to stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids. Like, for instance, you just said that women shouldn't be able to join the military.
Well, they weren't forced.
Women, under your view, wouldn't even have the opportunity to be a good leader in the military because you're telling them they should stay at home. Therefore, if we lived in your world, every good military leader we could think of would be a man. And because every good military leader we could think of would be a man, we would therefore believe that men are better at leading in the military.
Let me
so
say
we
something.
can therefore believe that women should stay at home. It's a big circle.
Let me say something. Before the Industrial Revolution, women they weren't forced. They chose to be head of the household rather than lead because they knew.
So that's also not true. So they were forced, literally.
Yes, it is.
So no. So before the
Specifically
industrial
in Europe.
Okay. So in America, because I know about American law, women were legally prevented from working night shifts. Women were legally prevented from working around 55% of all other jobs. And women, in order to get any of the jobs remaining, would of course have to have a bank account, but they were legally prevented from opening a bank account. So the issue here is they were actually legally prevented from working. And the reason why they were legally prevented at working is because the men said that they'd be better off at home.
Well, I'm talking about like 1600s Christendom. Like,
so I'm not too familiar with Christendom 1600s, but what I do know is that misogyny only gets worse the further back in history we go, right? So I would assume in 1600 Christendom, well, women weren't legally prevented from working because the concept of a woman working didn't even exist, right? Like, we could agree that there are like really bad things that we'll probably discover in the future that aren't legal right now because the concept of doing them doesn't even exist. And that same concept probably applies to Christendom in the 1600s with women working. It just wasn't something that people really even conceptualized of.
Let me say something.
But I would assume that's much earlier than 1600, by the way.
It could be anywhere from there and back. But let me say something real quickly. In modern times, if you gave the woman the option to rather stay home and not work rather than go to work every day, I'm pretty sure they'd take the option to stay home.
This is also another misleading argument. I think that if you gave most people the option to stay at home and live well, compared to going out and working, that a lot of people would take that, man or woman. But see, the thing is it's not about, let me clarify what I'm saying here. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. It's not about if somebody were to be given this option, how would they choose? Well, it's about them not being legally prevented from making that decision on their own. Okay? There are a shit ton of women that want to work, that want to generate enough money to earn their own keep, just like a shit ton of men want to work to generate enough money to earn their own keep.
Okay, that's fair.
And honestly, if women didn't want to work, then how did we get to where we're at? How do we get to a point where women could open bank accounts, women could work, women could vote, women could do all these things? How would we get here if women didn't want them in the first place?
Well, okay, so basically, after the World War II, at home couldn't produce the equipment that was needed for the war. And since I said that World War II was basically a production of the Industrial Revolution, in that case, it's saying they were forced to work. They didn't have a choice, and over time they adapted to modern standards to where work for wages.
Okay. So even during the Industrial Revolution and World War II, women were not forced to work. Women just finally got the right to work. So they did because they wanted to. They wanted to be able to support their husbands overseas. They wanted to be able to help support their country. And they also wanted to be able to help support their family, right? Because you need money to live, especially in World War II. So that's absolutely wrong. Not exactly. But how about this? What are the biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading?
There's no biological, but there is mental, like how men usually have more charisma. I'm sure there's some other cases.
I think that
but they have more
I think
charisma.
If you think men have more charisma, I won't say.
Let me keep.
Go. I'm not gonna say what I. No, go ahead.
Let me keep going. Okay. And just how you talked about how women have less access to universities and stuff, and men have traditionally been allowed to go to military universities like West Point to gain more combat knowledge. And over time, that's kind of been passed down.
Can you repeat that, please?
Everything?
No, just the second half of that. Well, I want to focus on the first part. You think that men have more riz?
No, there's a different meaning for charisma.
What's charisma?
It's like the willingness to lead.
Men are more willing to lead?
Wait. this kind of will sound a little off topic, but do you know what a commissar was?
No,
in
I think
the
that
Soviet
even
Red-
I think that even you think that women have more of a willingness to lead because you said that they should be the natural leaders of the household.
No,
right?
I said men.
Meanwhile,
should be the
men
natural
should
leaders.
go. So men should be the leaders of the household. So then, what's the
Yep.
place of a woman?
They raise their children and they tutor them and school them.
So so were you homeschooled?
No, because that's just what happened when you have an economy like ours.
So do you think that we should abolish like the public schooling program and just say women should do that?
No, I don't believe that. I just
Okay,
believe
so
that
they
it should
just
be
raise the
reformed.
kids. So you think that like a woman's purpose is to be a mom and that's it?
Essentially, yeah, but they could have more.
Do you understand?
They can
What
do
if
different
what if
things.
like the genetic lottery, happened a little bit differently for you and you were born with a vagina? How would you feel knowing that society thinks that you have one specific purpose for one specific thing to have kids and raise them? Meanwhile, the men around you could have whatever purpose they want. They could be a doctor, they could be a lawyer, they could be a scientist, they could be an astronaut, they could be a president, they could be a lawmaker, they could be a janitor, they could be a garbage man. I don't think that like we should have more options of what we want to do with our lives because of what's in between our legs. In fact, I'd argue that that's antithetical to the notion of freedom. A lot of people on the right like to scream and shout about freedoms and personal liberties. But there's nothing more restrictive to freedoms and personal liberties than society telling you that you have one designated function, one designated purpose, and anything outside of that designated function and purpose is just simply not something you could do. So when you say that you want freedom, you're saying that you want freedom for men. When you're saying you want a smaller government, you want a smaller government for men. But for women, no, you need a bigger government to prevent them from being doctors, to prevent them from being lawyers, to prevent them from being astronauts, to prevent them anything more than being an incubator for a kid.
It depends on.
So you're very
Depends on what
anti-freedom and
household you were
pro-big
raised in.
government.
If you're raised,
what point do you realize that like you're the fascists if you think that you want a government to control the personal actions, proclivities, behaviors, and attitudes of half of society because of what they were born with in between their legs? Like that's absolutely government like overreach, right?
you've made 2 points, and I'm going to respond to both. The first one is, it all depends on what household you were born in. If you're born in a feminist household, of course you're going to have more willingness to be more feminist. But if you're born in a traditional conservative household, I think you'll be more adaptive to the traditional roles.
Well, I think that when you're kidnapped, you could develop Stockholm syndrome, which is being psychologically manipulated into thinking that your kidnapper is great. And I think very similarly that the patriarchy can create these perceptions, even to an extent held by women, that they're supposed to do this thing. That's where internalized misogyny comes from. But that has nothing to do with the legitimate aptitudes or abilities of women, and more so to do with the ability of a man to control women.
You said that people that support traditional roles are fascists. So
I do think it is absolutely fascist, authoritarian, and overreaching as hell to support a government that limits and restricts the abilities of women because they're women. Absolutely.
Okay. So you think Winston Churchill was a fascist? Do you think that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a fascist? Do you think that Teddy Roosevelt was a fascist? Do you think George Washington was a fascist?
So George Washington was definitely a fascist.
So you don't support him then? You don't like George Washington then?
No, dude, he was a slave owner. He was wicked.
So you don't like the founder of our country?
Right. Was he one of the best fascists at that point in history? Well, I mean, he was like one of the better fascists, but we're still operating this gradient of fascists. Yeah, he was better than the fascists that supported like monarchies and dictatorships because after he won the Revolutionary War, he just wanted to go live at his farm. He didn't even want to be in government, and then the people were like, "Please be our president," and that kind of set up somewhat of a system of democracy, in which was then made significantly better than it was at the start when only men with property could vote. Okay, but he's still on that gradient of being a fascist.
So do you think that he's a fascist because do you think, so you don't like the founder of our country?
Right.
That is absurd, to be honest.
I don't think it's absurd to say that you don't like slave owners. And I hate that what I'm saying is far, like, I know what I'm saying is like a little bit more to that progressive left. Like, I'm kind of like, I'm inching into territory that, a lot of liberals stay away from. But like, come on, it's true. Like, I think two things can be true at once. I think that we could acknowledge that, Washington was one of the better fascists, but he was still a fascist. We shouldn't like fascists. We shouldn't like slave owners. We should endorse people who created systems, although it was a system better than many other systems that existed on planet Earth at the time. He still yet created a system in which universally created disparities against women and people of color. People of color weren't people, and women were maids, right? Like, yeah, we shouldn't like people that create those systems.
I don't like slavery. I think slavery is a terrible thing. But I do like him as a person. He was a great role model. He made the country, and he made the greatest political system of our time.
Listen, I get what you're saying. There were some attributes of George Washington that were much better than the attributes of other leaders alive at the time, right? Like the whole don't want to be king thing, whole if I'm going to be a leader, then we got to set up a system in which is more considerate of the opinions of others than just myself. Yeah, that was better than other people.
Also,
but just because you're better than other people doesn't mean you're good. Like, if I'm in a room with 50 rapists and I'm just a sexual predator because I've sexually exploited a handful of women, okay, well, if we were to like grade the wrongness of like sexual violence, I would say that it's like worse to rape a child than it would be to barge into a woman's dressing room. But like, this doesn't mean that if you have barged into a woman's dressing room that you're a good person. No, you're still like really shitty. It just happens to be the case that there's even more shitty people that exist. So like what I'm saying is that, well, George Washington was definitely better than like other people, right? For sure. But like, he ultimately still was a slave owner, ultimately still like didn't view black people as people, ultimately thought that women should be secluded to the home. Like, yeah, all of these things definitely didn't make him a good person, just like a better person than a handful of other people alive at that time.
Another thing is, you can't hold George Washington to modern political standards way back from, even when he was from way back in the day. Because at that time, that was like the conservative liberal norm at the time. That wasn't like obscene or obscure. So you can't exactly call him a fascist, because fascist is a modern term.
Well, see, the thing is I don't think that morality is reflective of social norms. So just because something is socially normal I think it's reflective of moral truths. I think that moral truths are derivative of something other than the popular consensus. So just because it was the popular consensus that slavery was okay, just because it was the popular consensus that women should stay at home, just because it was the popular consensus that maybe only rich white men should have the right to vote, doesn't mean that those things yet were bad and made that person a bad person. Like, I could give you an example. Let's like imagine an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. There's been a community of people thriving on this island for the last 1,500 years, gone undetected by any modern tools of discovery, satellite imagery, so on and so forth. And on this island, they don't have an age of consent, okay? And the 40-year-olds on this island will marry the 3-year-olds. And as soon as they hit puberty, they rape them. We're not going to say that those are good people. No, they're bad people. They're child rapists, okay? Even though on that island, child rape is socially normal and has been for 1,500 years. And if you disagree with me here, then you're arguing that child rapists can be good people. And ultimately, I just fundamentally reject that child rapists can be good people.
Okay, that's fair. But again, that's like their norm. If you say that to them, they're going to think that's completely outlandish.
Yeah, the same way Jeffrey Epstein probably thought he was a rich socialite doing fun things but not wrong things. Listen, even if somebody thinks that a wrong action they're engaging in is outlandish, that doesn't mean, or to say that it's wrong is outlandish, doesn't mean that it's not wrong.
I'm not defending the idea of child rapist, okay? I'm not defending that.
Do you think there's like ever a conceivable circumstance where a child rapist could be a good person?
No.
Okay. Do you think that there's a single conceivable circumstance where a slave owner could be a good person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like George Washington.
Like George
Or-
Washington, because we just got done talking about that. But can we agree that like child rape and slavery,
Yeah,
like
it's all terrible.
are like two of like the worst things you could do to a human, and often slavery leads to child rape? Like if they didn't view black people as humans, if they didn't view black people as people,
Yeah.
I don't think they viewed black children as having the right to consent. What about all the child rape that occurred inside of American slavery?
Can you give me a time when that happened?
Well, all the way up from the legalization of chattel slavery in America, at the dawn of the 13 colonies, to even after the Civil War. I mean, that's a good time span. I bet a bunch of child rape of black children happened then. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Let me say
Okay.
something that
So
you were
you're
talking
agreeing that American slavery, right, propped up
It's not
child
okay.
rape, right?
I'm not very educated on that, so I'm not gonna make.
I don't
a
think it
point.
requires an education to be able to just like entail this conclusion with the use of common sense. It's just commonsensical that if they were willing to turn these people's skins into lamps, turn these people's bodies into farm
Okay, that's
tools,
terrible.
then
Let
they
me say
would be
something.
willing to turn the children's vaginas into play toys.
Let me
That's
say
just
something.
that's common sense.
The modern standard of morals comes from Christianity. If you disagree, say something about it.
Oh yeah, I think that the modern standard of morality in America comes from secularism.
Not America, the world. The modern standard.
Well,
of
I don't
morals.
think that there's a worldly standard of morality. I don't think there is.
Okay, that's fair. But how do you think it comes from secularism now? That just doesn't make sense.
Sure, the reason why I think that it comes from secularism is because if it wasn't for the secularists, America would be as it was before the Civil War. Because remember, American slavery was actually propped up by a very deviant and twisted version of Christianity, where they would give these slaves the slave Bible. And inside of the slave Bible, it would include verses like Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46, that says the Israelites are allowed to enslave the non-Israelites, and they'd convince them that they were the non-Israelites. And by the way, I'm not saying that it's impossible to be a moral Christian. I know a lot of moral Christians. I bet a lot of moral Christians are even watching this live right now. I'm just saying that what led to the enlightenment of modern day morality was not the defeat of perverted Christianity with moral Christianity, but rather the defeat of perverted Christianity with secularism, because often the moral Christians were ostracized and called heretics, and then they were usurped by the majority. Meanwhile, the secularists were ostracized and called heretics, and they were not usurped by the majority. They fought for a better tomorrow.
That's true, but Christianity or moral Christianity literally laid the foundation for modern morality because
When?
Because
How about
like
this?
stuff
When,
like
when,
losing.
when did that happen? Did moral Christianity lead to the 19th Amendment? Did moral Christianity lead to the 13th Amendment? Did moral Christianity lead to the 14th Amendment?
Well,
no, moral.
Kinda. A long branch of things.
I think that secularism is responsible for the enlightenment ideals and enlightened ideals that led to these things.
With all due respect, can you please let me make a point without
Sure.
interrupting me? Thank you. All these things like murder and another good example, murder and slavery, they were like the cultural norm before Jesus came. And after the New Testament of the Bible was created, people started drifting more far away from that, from all over the place, especially like Byzantium and the Western Roman Empire before it fell apart. It kind of became the cultural norm, and the European countries adapted that. Sure, they might have twisted it for a while, but it all came from the moral Christians.
Racial chattel slavery wasn't like a thing until like way after Jesus was gone. Like super wrong. Yeah, racial chattel slavery didn't exist for a very long time until after Jesus was gone. Hey, how about this? Can you point me towards a verse in the Bible that even talks about race?
Well, all of the ones that mention the Israelites.
Well, being an Israeli, that's not a race, that's a nationality.
Well, Jewish isn't a race.
Jewish that's not a race either. That's a religion or an ethnicity. I think that my point here is racial chattel slavery actually begun way after Jesus was gone. And we saw the normalization globally of racial chattel slavery through the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, the slave trade was a terrible thing.
Did the transatlantic slave trade happen before Jesus came or after Jesus came?
Obviously after.
Right. And it was propped up in America by what? Christian nationalism.
But the moral foundation before it was twisted came from
Do you agree that American slavery was propped up by Christian nationalism?
I would disagree.
What was it propped up by?
Does it have to be propped up by something?
Yeah, it's going to have to be ultimately supported by some foundational moral beliefs.
But what if it wasn't, what is it called? What if it wasn't, or what if it was, what is that? How do you say that? What is the past tense for, it's like Judaist?
Like Christian.
Not Christian, but Jewish values.
You could just say Jewish values. You think it was propped up by Jewish values?
Oh, I'm not saying
America
it
was a
I'm
Jewish
saying that
country?
There was a lot of, what's it called? There's a lot of like, I don't know how to say it. It's Jewish politicians at the time.
God, man, listen. I think that we saw Christian Judeo values, right? So
That's
those
not
are,
a thing.
Christian Judeo values aren't a thing?
No.
No.
Judeo values are the Old Testament. Modern Christian values are the New Testament.
Okay,
Not a
but see,
thing.
who's the God of the Old Testament?
God.
Right, your God, right? And where are the Ten Commandments found?
The Old Testament.
So do you think that the Ten Commandments would include moral values relevant and important to you today?
Yeah.
Right.
But that doesn't make it a whole set of values. In fact,
well, I mean, you just said that Jewish values you just said that Jewish values are important to you because you said that Jewish values are the Old Testament.
The Jews don't.
And then you said that there's values in the Old Testament that are important to you.
The Jews don't believe in Jesus.
So yeah, they don't believe that Jesus is God.
The whole point of the Christian religion is Jesus. So what? You can't have two. It's like
even though that's the whole point of the religion, still yet there's shared values, right?
It's like a positive and a negative battery. If you have a religion that doesn't believe in Jesus and one that does,
okay,
try and force them together doesn't make sense.
So do you think that the Confederacy was Jewish?
Not exactly, but I think the Rothschilds had
well,
a major foothold.
I mean, you said that ultimately slavery was propped up by Jewish values. Okay, so the Confederacy is a side that fought to keep slavery. So therefore, you would argue the Confederacy is Jewish.
Well, the Rothschilds had significant influence.
Okay. Yeah, just like Robert E. Lee had significant influence. Robert E. Lee was a Christian nationalist.
He was a... Yeah.
Was Robert E. Lee Jewish? Yes.
What's your information on that? What points to that other than
Robert
him being
E.
Christian at the time?
He wrote a lot, and he talks about his faith in his writing.
Like where?
Like in his writing. Like, are you asking for like a specific piece of writing from Robert E. Lee where he wrote about that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to name one off the top of my head, but if you go on Google and you type in Robert E. Lee faith or religious beliefs,
well, just because you're Christian doesn't make you. If you're Christian, that doesn't make you a Christian nationalist.
Well, the reason why I say they were Christian nationalists is because they used their quote unquote Christian ideals to influence the nation of slavery. Like that
doesn't make it nationalist. So,
well, what's nationalistic about it is influencing the nation's policy with the religion. So, what the point that I'm trying to get across the line here is that when people would struggle with moral issues related towards slavery, or even the slaves would be like, hey, I'm not supposed to be enslaved. Well, the way that they responded to this was via the creation of the slave Bible, which told the slaves that they were supposed to be slaves, propped up via a perverted offshoot of Christian nationalism. This is history. Like, this is just history. You were denying history, Jace.
Let me say something. If you think So you said that since he has an influence, since he's Christian, he has an influence over the country that makes him a nationalist. So if you think that Kamala Harris has influence over the country, does that make her a nationalist?
I'm sorry. Do you know what the slave Bible is?
No.
Oh my God! Yeah, it was a Bible, quote unquote, published in 1807, and it omitted around 90% of the Old Testament and 50% of the New Testament. Condensed the Bible down from over 1,100 chapters to 200 chapters. It removed like all of the stories of like liberation of oppressed people, promoted a subservience, and highlighted sections of the Old Testament, such as Leviticus, where it talks about godly endorsed slavery. And they created the slave Bible to attempt to convince the slaves and the slave owners that what they were doing was righteous and in accordance with the moral commandment of God. So this is what proves that the transatlantic slave trade, especially American slavery, was propped up by this deviant version of Christianity.
Okay, I completely forgot what I was going to say. What was it? Oh yeah, you said that 90% of the Old Testament was kept and 50% of the New Testament was kept, right?
No, 90% of the Old Testament was removed, okay, because there's a bunch of liberation stories in Exodus and whatnot, and 50% of the New Testament was removed.
No, I think are you sure you said, I'm pretty sure you said kept.
No, I said removed.
That point doesn't make any sense then.
It does make sense because the Old Testament, for a lot of it, focuses on the liberation of oppressed people. Like the whole, freeing the slaves from Egypt. Like that's like what 3 books of the Old Testament is all about. So that of course there's going to be more removed from the Old Testament.
It was nice talking to you, Dean. I gotta go, dude. Thanks, though.
Casseret Mary, I appreciate you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Mary. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Show some love to Rodney. Let's see here. Shins, thank you so much for the $50, who says, I never understand when people argue that we can't judge historical figures with a modern lens. What's wrong now was wrong then. Damn the illegality to hell. Yeah, I appreciate you so much, Shins, for the $50. Thank you so very much for that love and support. Let's get 500 Shins W's. Same thing to, let's see here. Oh my goodness. DJ, thank you so much for another $100 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, DJ. Let's get 1,000 DJ W's down below. Seriously, that is super fucking kind of you. Thank you so much, DJ. DJ sent this a while ago when we were talking to Lucas, who says, here's another $100 to kick him. He paid me $100 to kick Lucas. I'm sorry that I'm just seeing that now, man. We did get Lucas gone. Thank you so much, man. And then T with another $100, who says, piggybacking off of DJ's dono to add another $100 to also kick this danger to society. Well, okay, I'm so sorry that I didn't see those donations earlier. Trust me, we got Lucas out. Honestly, Lucas is probably like one of the worst people we've had on this live ever. He was just explicitly like pro sex crimes. T and DJ, I appreciate you both so much for the $100 donations. Genuinely, that is so incredibly kind. Thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. Please show some love to T and DJ down below in that comment section. Thank you so very much. That is just beyond kind of you. I don't deserve it. That is so much money. Thank you. Karen over on Venmo. Thank you, Karen, for the $10, who says men want credit for quote unquote allowing women to work, vote, and have rights. Women want credit for not burning the whole thing down after centuries of bullshit. MAGA sucks. So true. Thank you for the $10, Karen. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $50. Shout out to Jasmine, who says, hey, it's Jazz and Ian. I had a calm debate with my MAGA mother, and I had to explain to her that just because a politician is in the party that you align with doesn't mean that you have to support them. She didn't understand. Oh, honestly, I think a lot of Americans don't understand that. Thank you so much for the $50, Jasmine. Shout out to you and Ian. As you already know, one of my favorite couples on here. Thank you both. Shout out to Jasmine down below. Jennifer, thank you for the $25, who says, just to appreciate the patience you have. Thank you for doing what you do. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you for the $25 donation. You were awesome. Billy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you. And Stephanie, oh my God, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo, who says for 1 gallon of gas under Trump. Stephanie paid $100 to make a banger joke. I fucking love you for that. Thank you so much for the support. Genuinely, thank you so fucking much. And Shannon, thank you for the $100 as well, who says bear. She sent that when we had Lucas on. Abso-fucking-lutely, Shannon. You know, I don't think a bear would tell you that you don't have consent and you're not a person because maybe you posted a nude on social media on OF a while back. And turns out that actually wasn't even Lucas's argument. It got worse. At the start, he was arguing that women lose consent when they like post a nude online. By the end, he was arguing that women don't lose consent because they never had it to begin with, and that men just own their bodies. Thank you both so very much. Please show some love to Shannon, Stephanie, T, and DJ. You guys are super fucking kind. Genuinely. Super fucking kind. Teresa, thank you for the $10, who says, it's been a night of incredible ignorance and misogyny, including female misogyny, which really, really hurts. As always, really grateful for you speaking up for women. I appreciate you for the $10, Teresa. And I think that is a pretty good recap of our debates today. It was literally just 4 hours of misogyny. That's all it was. We didn't talk about domestic policy once today. We didn't talk about the economy once today. I think we talked about the war in Iran for 5 minutes. Every other moment of this 4-hour live stream has been trying to convince people that misogyny is bad. That women have consent. Like, oh, so true, Teresa. Ivy, thank you for the $1 Ava. Sorry, Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. You said that your mom battled chronic illness. I'm also chronically ill. Every day I'm getting worse and my doctors don't know what to do anymore. Oh, Ava, listen, I'm sorry. I wish you the very, very, very best of luck, Ava. Genuinely. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Oh, this is actually Sophia. Oh, I get it now. I don't know if you've been watching for a while, you guys remember Sophia, who joined up on our live stream. She was crying. I just kicked her and moved on. She's sending me this message saying that she's struggling with chronic illness. The doctors don't know what to do anymore. And she wanted to talk to me about me having some info of what could help. Listen, Sophie, I appreciate you so much for viewing me as an individual that can help you with the chronic illness that you are experiencing. And it breaks my heart to say this, but it's the honest truth. I'm not qualified. I am a political debater. I could talk about policy and politics all day long. Okay? But anybody but a medical health professional that's telling you they could help, it's probably lying. And I say that because I've had family members who have dealt with chronic illness, cancer, and they've been sold by liars on spending money on all these alternative forms of treatment that just made them die. But you know what, Sophie, if you want to send me a message under that PayPal dono, feel free. Explain to me what you're interested in. I'll see if I could help. Probably won't be me helping, but, you know, I know people. This person in the comment section named Alexia wants to debate. I was honestly just going to end the stream. But we'll get her up here.
Oh my god.
Did you rage bait the chat?
Wow.
At least I know where all the rage baiters in the chat come from. At least I know where all the rage baiters in the chat come from. Like, most of them are not even real. They're just people trying to get up on the stream, bro. Alright, we're getting in the stream, but before we do, this person's name is Richard Timothy. Their bio says, ah! And then their profile picture is RFK zoomed in. Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Charlie Kirk Malji.
I don't know. Do you want to do like a side-by-side comparison of me and Kirk? See you out Mog Sue. I think I have him a little bit on that PSL.
No, I think
rating.
you do, man.
I do. I mean, do you just want
to?
Should we do like a jawline comparison of me and Kirk?
Yeah, like an edit.
Who do you think? Who do you think Mog Sue? I think objectively I Mog Kirk. Tiny face Kirk doesn't have shit on me, dude.
Respectfully, I think he mods you, but
I don't know. Show me one picture of Kirk where you're like, damn, he's mogging. Well, I guess, listen, that one photo of him playing basketball in like college, all right, he had potential.
Yeah.
He had potential, but it's like, it just the moment he started regurgitating fascist nonsense, it withered away.
I guess, man, but have a good night.
All right. We're going to go to end the stream, folks. Hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. It's totally free. We do these debate streams every day. Hopefully the debates tomorrow won't be so centered around just bold-faced misogynists. I'm so tired. I will say, I still got to go to the gym. God damn. What a long night it'll be for me. Have an amazing night, you guys. It's Friday. If you're going out, stay safe. Peace, love. Good night, and goodbye.